Good morning, Tuesday, May the 12th. Good morning, everyone. Tuesday, May the 12th. You were right, Damien. I'm just practicing here. I'll turn my mic off, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, May the 12th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator excuse me, of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Make sure you guys can hear me. Okay, great. Okay, so a lot of action this morning. Of course, that Novavax, holy smokes, NAVX, NVAX. So it had a great day yesterday. I thought, okay, that's how much better can it get? So it's a couple things. So I think, yes, it is an earnings play, but excuse me, just a minute. It is an earnings play, but that's not the reason. I guess the news is they're receiving up to $388 million funding for the virus. So what a pop, my goodness. And this is the gap I see. I see a gap right to there on that monthly chart. So I mean, in theory, it still has room. 47. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that's what I see on that monthly chart. On the flip side, then you have GNFT. And I guess it must be a late stage drug failure for them. If they have one of those NASH drugs, NASH. And so look at this gap down, 67% for GNFT. CBAY, CBAY, little pharma, huge gap, 144%. This is an earnings play. I honestly don't know if this is a virus play also. Just checking. I can't see any virus news about it, but anyway, it is an earnings play. You can see right there, if you're new to the platform, that mauve area right there on any chart. So I'm looking at the 15-minute chart, looking at the 5-minute chart right there. The mauve area is after hours, so you can see the gap as it happened when they released earnings after hours, and it has been maintained. PTGX, another interesting one in that this is a bio, of course. Now, let's see. Okay, it's starting to come down a little bit here because what they've done is they've announced a $7 million or 7 million share financing at $14. At one point, it was up to $15.66, but is now kind of sliding back to the financing price. I see Pixie is on the move here. Whoa, look at this shift, Pixie. Pixie on the move. Okay, the shift Pixie. I'm trying to see if there's any unveils free all-in-one digital restaurant, etc., etc. I'm just checking the news. Just give me a second here. All right, GMDA. There's a nice gap up for this one. GMDA. Oops. GMDA. Nice gap up for GMDA. 45%. Pretty big, decent volume. Low float. 25 million in the float. Gap up on late stage. Phase 3. Positive data. It's not a virus play. And look at this gap. I mean, man, oh man, look at that weekly chart, and there it is right up here. There is a resistance area up here, about $1 away. Well, there's nothing really to go over NVAX. I mean, it's up. It had a great day yesterday. Had a great day yesterday. It is an earnings play, but that's not the reason. Basically, I think they've received up to $388 million funding for the virus. So that's the reason. And here is the next area of resistance on the monthly chart. But, you know, it's so extended right now. So Dr. Cutlass, you've been in the room before. You know, all my scans are here. Okay? All my scans are here. So if you want, including the pre-market up and pre-market down, everything is in here. Or you can click on that room drive icon. Looks like a half open folder, scans that I share, download, goes to a Word document, okay? Mark, I know this has been all over the internet for a while now. I remember when it did this. This is Mark, M-A-R-K, another huge gap up for it. I remember when it had that day, and then the next day it looked like, okay, that's it. And man, oh man, what a run. I mean, this was a 38-cent stock 2 weeks ago. M-A-R-K. I'm going to try to trade, but remember, you don't have to follow me. But I will try to trade today. All depends on how busy I get with questions. YRCW is an earnings play, a little shipper. It's actually giving most of that back now. It was hit a high at 221 after hours yesterday. Starting to give quite a bit of that back. I see WTRH. Is still active. This is an interesting one. I mean, look at this now on that weekly chart. Of course, that's only one day yesterday, so it's above yesterday's high. And what else do we have here? ALLT is another earnings play. Again, guys, you're wondering what I'm talking about in terms of an earnings play. Any stock that releases earnings, say after hours yesterday or in the pre-market, is what we call an earnings play. Those stocks will more than likely be active all day. So you can see right there, you see that gap right there on that mauve area, the tan area. So they released before the market, well, obviously before the market opens, so this is a pre-market earnings play. Look at the Datadog, DDOG, huge gap up for it. What a very successful IPO back here in September of last year. And this is an earnings play for it. Again, look at the earnings right there, post-market. They released after hours. Actually released after hours yesterday, but it has maintained that gap and more. Yesterday, yeah, it depends when you're trying to sign in. I know had nothing to do with the browser. If you're trying to sign in before, like right now, yeah, our website was having some problems. INPX, a very small one. I think it's also an earnings play. Could be interesting. It's only 5 million in the float. INPX. It is not a virus play, but it is an earnings play. You know, I mean, look at the gap here on that weekly chart. I mean, obviously the stocks have been really beaten up. INPX. JMIA was just sneaking in as I was. And another, actually, it's not an earnings play. It'll be, they release earnings before the market opens tomorrow. So maybe this is maybe in advance. People placing bets right now. That might be good. JMIA. Yeah, I never trade. Yeah, I never trade during earning. Excuse me. Just a second, please. Yeah, I don't hold through earnings, okay? So I don't gamble on whether or not I think earnings are going to be, like for instance, is JMIA. It's an earnings play. It releases tomorrow. I'm not going to hold this through earnings. I never do. When did you do this, Joe? Did you just sign up for the trial? Because it usually takes about half an hour. Yeah, I don't understand why it takes so long, but it usually takes about half an hour to get your email. I don't know why it takes so long, but so sorry about that. But You know what? I'm going to get the developer to come into the room. Okay, I'm getting too many people saying they can't see the screen and all, so I am going to get the developer of the room to come into the room. So just give me hang on a moment, please. Because I honestly don't know how to help. I mean, Chrome is the preferred browser. Make sure everything is up to date. Your browser is up to date. Firefox works also, but just make sure it's up to date. I've invited the developer of the room to come in, okay? And he might be able to help you. And if you're looking at this FTSE FTSI, this is a, yeah, this is not up 1,700%. This is actually a reverse split. And again, our provider has not picked that up yet. So okay, so I'll give you that link. Now, also, guys, if you want to have my layout that you see here, I mean, I'll be getting rid of this. This is I've included this as part of the layout. Okay, I've minimized it so you won't see them, but this is a layout link for you. Okay, you can go to scans, and at the top here, test drive, May 2000. Oh, that's good. Well, obviously it's not. That's a little bit in the future, but 2020-02, but obviously 2020 test drive, May 2020. There is a link for my layout, okay? But again, before you do that, make sure that you save your layout if you have one already. Make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, all right? But if you do want my layout that I'll be using for the test drive for the 2 weeks, there is the link for it. I've cleaned it up a little bit too. I think I've got rid of the sounds, so you won't be hearing sounds anymore. Well, they're not discontinuing the 5 p.m. webinars, but no, just for the 2 weeks. Maybe they'll start them again next week, but no, there's just too much. There's just too much other stuff going on. The support people need a rest, so they're not putting on the webinars. Yeah, you can do this. That link works in the cloud. Yeah, so it's the same link, Gustaru. Well, biggest winners of the day. So right now, here they are, right here. I mean, also there is a channel. If you wanted to go to the channel, I think it is one of the channels has the gaps. It used to be called the Winners Channel. Okay, Sebastian, I'm getting too many people saying that they can't see my screen. I had this yesterday. I'm telling them to use Chrome, telling them to use Firefox. I'm telling them to make sure that if they do either one of them, make sure that their browser is up to date. But so listen, anybody who's having problems with the screen, you'll see there's a support. Okay, and the off topic support is here, so you can maybe have a chat with him, because I just can't help anymore. I have no idea what to do. All right, just keeping an eye on keep an eye on this purple also, PRPL. Well, it's already up. Jesus, it's already up. It's an earnings play, post-market, so they released after hours yesterday. So this purple PRPL is already up. Look at this area that it's coming to. I mean, this is, it's not an all-time high. I don't know what happened here with this company. I don't know if it's a symbol name change. It looks like it's probably a symbol name change. But look at this. I mean, if it takes out to 16, either today or tomorrow, this has really got no resistance. Oh, that can't be Nate Dogg. Let me try. Okay, how's this going to work if I load that layout? I'm just going to try to load the layout. I don't see... well, before I do that, has anybody tried to load my layout with this link? Because before I try, if you go to scans, and this layout up here, right here, that link. Now, don't do it if you have a layout already up, but if somebody wants my layout and they click on that link, are they getting my layout? Work for you. Okay, so you're doing something wrong then. Okay, good. I'm glad. I don't know what you're doing wrong. Okay, works fine. Thank you. Okay, so Nate Dogg, I mean, you know how you're supposed to do it. I mean, if you click on the link, you can do one of two things. It's you click on the link, and it's going to show up here. There it is. Okay, in a browser window and or tab, and then highlight it, control copy. Okay, now you've highlighted, you have control copy, and then file, load from cloud, and you notice the link is right there, okay? If it isn't there, if it's blank, for some reason that box is blank, then you'll have to paste it in, and now if you load, now, so other people are able to do it, so you must be doing something wrong, and hopefully I've gone over the steps to do it, and you understand now. Well, if you go, okay, you have to go into scans, okay, the scans tab, okay, in the trading room, and scroll right to the top, and the link is right underneath. It says test drive. I know I've incorrectly, I said 2020-02, but it's called test drive May 2020, okay, and right underneath is the link. Now, you may not be able to see, if you have a small screen or something, but can you find the scans tab in the trading room? All right, I will post them. I don't know why you're not getting them, but I will post the two pre-market. Oh, you know why? They're minimized, okay? You actually do have it, but they're just minimized. So if you went, the web-based version, if you went show all or something to that, let me just see. Again, I'm not too familiar with the web-based version, but just give me a second here. Yeah, if you click on tools, I'll give you the links, but if you click on tools and Windows, I think that then you'll see all of the I think you'll see all of the scans. But I'll give it to you, okay? I'll just sake of time, I'll just give these to you. But you do have them, you just don't know you have them, okay? Here we go. I look at everything. Every time I see, this number will change. So I'm looking at everything, okay? Now I may miss, I mean, obviously sometimes I may miss something, but welcome, Iris. Yeah, Buffy, I mean, yeah, you have to, where am I layout? Are you part of the, Michael Smith, are you part of the test drive? I'm answering somebody in the YouTube feed. Yeah, the AI alerts are going to be right here. Okay, I'm sorry, right here. There are the AI alerts. I will be. I'm just having these two windows up. Pre-market. This is my pre-market work that I do just to find the stocks that are up the most, down the most. Take a look why they are. Usually it's new. Usually it's a earnings release. Could be some specific news. Oh, the YouTube videos. Okay. Okay, Nate Talk. So this link right here, that is all of our training or education, and one of the if you click on this, and at the top here, there it is. Learn trade ideas, 20 lessons in 20 days. Get started. Okay, great link for everybody. All right. In the training, okay. Link for what? 876 trader. Link for what? The layout. Okay, so here it is. So hopefully you can see the room. And if you click on the scans tab, okay, the scans tab, and at the top here it is, the link. It's right underneath. It says Test Drive May 20. I know it's incorrectly named, but Test Drive May 2020. So right there is the link for it. So you just have to go to the scans tab within the trading room, okay? And again, because this is a layout, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. Do not, if you have a layout already that you have, you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So that is what happened, Dr. Cutlass. You see how I've got these minimized now? So you actually did have them, you just didn't realize it. So there's two things. Okay, rookie trader. We are in the middle. By the way, the market's going. I can see right now. I probably won't be able to do too much trading again, which is fine. I'm here to answer the questions. I can see that it's going to be like this again today, which is fine. Let me just close down a couple of things on my other monitor. Yeah, I mean it's it's an overview. I mean, you can ask me questions about the program all day long. I mean, that's part of it. You know, how we use the program to find interesting trades. But when we're not in the middle of this test drive, which is, you know, we've got about I think 3,300 people who've signed up for the test drive. So a lot of new people coming into the trading room asking me general questions about the program, which is absolutely fine. But when we're back to what I will call normal, this room is free all the time like this. When we're back to sort of more normality, you know, I will be trading more. There are a lot more active traders in the trading room. We toss around ideas all day long. I'm always available to answer questions about the program all the time, not just during the test drive. But you know, these 2 weeks are going to be a little more involved. That's all. So hopefully that answers your question. These buttons here, you mean the flatten, half, double, reverse, limit out, etc. So flatten gets you out of a position. So if you're in a position, flatten, sell. You know, sell everything. Half gets you out of half of your position. Doubles your position. Reverse, if you're a new trader, do not use it. Basically, if you're short, now you want to go long, or long, you want to go short, you're just reversing. Okay. Limit out is with an offset that you can put in place. Flatten will get you out at the market. Limit out, again, if you're not familiar with, you know, these terms, and I wouldn't worry about it too much if you're new, but limit out allows you to put an offset in. So, you know, sometimes you want to get out at a certain price, but the stock is moving quickly. So you're going to say you want to get out at $1, but immediately it's $1.02. Will you get out at $1.02? And that's basically what an offset will do. There's no such thing as the best scanners, okay? I mean, it all depends on what sort of a trader you are. I have a difficult time answering a question like that. You know, I mean, I know what I like. Well, even again, a beginner trader. I mean, it's hard to answer a question like that. It's more also about. Well, I mean, I'm okay. This is what I do. All right. I have a watch list, as you can see right here. Nothing will show up in these two windows until at least 15 minutes after the market opens. I design it so that, you know, especially if you're a new trader, you can maybe just focus on a few stocks for the day, okay? But these are stocks that are, you know, making new highs or lows for the day. That may not be the style that you want to trade. When you're a new trader, of course, I know what you're going to say. Well, I don't know what I want to trade or how I want to trade. And I do get that. You know, a lot of people hate trying to buy stocks when they're making new highs of the day. You know, they'd much rather buy stocks on pullbacks and things like that. But I would wait for these to start showing up, and to sort of see the types of alerts you're getting. Typically, when you get an alert like that, you see this is why this is on the watch list. WTRH is on the watch list, because when you look, you know, this is all I'm all about looking left on these higher time frames. So when I look left on this monthly chart, look at the potential room it's got to keep going. If you're new to trading, then you know you have to understand how to read charts a little bit. Okay, but I mean you just look at this and you just see how much room it's got in theory. Doesn't mean it's going to get up here. Okay, so Peter. Yeah, Holy NVAX is right. Okay, Peter, I will give you the link. Just give me a second. Okay, Peter, so there's the link. There's the general training link, okay? So when you click on that link, it's right at the top, actually. I think it kind of brings you, when you click on the link, it brings you down a little bit. So just scroll up to the top, and then you'll see the 20 and 20, as I'll call it, okay? Second here, I'm just looking at tech support. Oh, okay, William. So you're on. Okay, I'm sorry. So you're on Windows 7. I mean, listen, Microsoft doesn't even support Windows 7 anymore. So I'm going to say right now that if anybody with Windows 7 that has a problem seeing my screen or the audio and all that, it's going to be really difficult to support you. Okay. I mean, at some point you have to upgrade at least to Windows 10 or something. Okay. I mean, Microsoft isn't even supporting it anymore. So I didn't realize you were on Windows 7. And I know somebody's going to come in the room and say they're fine with Windows 7. And if you can see it using Windows 7, fantastic. But it's a little unfair to expect support on a product like if you have Windows 7 and it's not working. So is there something? No, I wouldn't say for trading styles, okay? But we do have, if you're a brand new trader, it's difficult to me to answer a question like this, okay? Is there a general repository of different trading styles? No, I will say no, there isn't. Yeah, there's one. There is a there, and it may not. If it's not working on Windows 10, okay. At least we can try to figure that out. Okay, but Windows 7, I think I'm just going to have to say I'm sorry. The web-based version is okay, but the only problem is, you see, which I'm going to go over, is this Brokerage Plus window, which allows you to paper trade. Okay, simulation trading, and so if you do want to do that, you don't have access to Brokerage Plus in the web-based version. That is a big difference, okay? You can't, if you had an Interactive Brokers account as an example, and you wanted to trade your account live using Brokerage Plus, that's another reason you can't do that. So Brokerage Plus is, it's a pretty important component, especially if you're a new trader. And I'm going to talk all about this. So there's the AI. There are a couple of alerts right now from the AI right off the bat. You can see CDLX and SNDX. My goodness, mark my words. Wow. Well, it's PC based. Okay. Now, if you're willing to use an emulation program like an emulator like Parallels or was it VMware, then of course you can load a PC based program on your Mac. And so a lot of our Mac users, that's what they do, including people at Trade Ideas who have Macs. Okay. Otherwise, you'll have to use the web based version. I think you'll find people in this room who have Macs, and I think they say pretty good things about using Parallels as an example. So if you're a Mac user, if you don't care about seeing Brokerage Plus, which I'm going to, again, talk about, it's, our paper trading module, and more, but it's, especially if you're a new user, paper trading module, then you can use the web-based version and it's fine. I mean, you're limited a little bit. You don't have as many charts available, things like that. If you do want to have if you want to have access to the full program though, and you have a Mac, then you have to use an emulation program like Parallels. Okay, there are others out there, but I think that's probably the most common one that I've seen from our Mac users. Yeah, like FCA is saying. Well, it's a program. I mean, you have to, just do it. It's an emulation program that allows you to use a PC or a PC program on your Mac. Okay. I mean, just Google it. you'll I'm sure you'll go to the website and you can download it. All right, guys. There's that GMDA and earnings play. Not an earnings play. Sorry, they had good data. Phase 3 data popped up, pulled back quite a bit, moving again. Great volume, low float, 25 million in the float. So what you're seeing here, these are the alerts so far from the AI this morning so far. I'm not a huge fan of early alerts, but yesterday I know we had one, I think it was REPH as a short, and I think it was at 540 or 550 or something, and it gapped down well, but I'm not a big fan of early morning alerts. I like to wait about 15 minutes or so. So look, I'm in the SRG. So there's the alert. And, I wouldn't get so hung up on having to get into the alert right off the bat. So when you say you create a strategy, are you talking about are you talking about here, Pete? And editing it? Well, yeah, but in the strategy tab, the AI alerts aren't in here. Oh, from scratch. Well, you have to make sure, like I do here, watch list up, for instance. And notice I've got on my slider 945. Okay, that's why nothing appears. Well, if I were auto trading, nothing would appear here. Nothing appears here until 945. Gabrielle, it's just because I like to see things settle down a little bit. I just find things are too whippy. It's not the first signals. It's in the first 5 minutes. Things can be so whippy in the first 15 minutes. So I rarely trade in the first 15 minutes. Then it's impossible if you've created the slider, and maybe it's your clock or something. But if you've created the slider, I mean, my recommendation, and maybe it's not what everybody wants to do, but my recommendation, I'm on the West Coast, all right, but I set my computer clock to East Coast, and Trade Ideas is East Coast, okay, East Coast time. So even though I'm on the West Coast, so I have no screw ups in that regard. So I'm not sure how I can help you if you've done that, because it's almost impossible for it to take the trade if you've got the slider, correctly done. I think it might just have something to do with the fact that your computer clock is causing some issues. How to do time zone? If you click from the toolbar, if you click on the toolbar, tools, options, and then you see where it says time options. Okay, so I have local time, but even though I'm on the West Coast, but I've set my computer to East Coast time, so it thinks I'm on the East Coast. But anyway, here's how you can set your computer. Within Trade Ideas, You know, I would encourage everybody to set within trade ideas to Eastern time, guys, because you know when we talk about a 10 o'clock trade or a 11:15 trade, you know the default should always be we're talking Eastern time, okay? As opposed to saying, well, I'm in Central time or I'm in Mountain time or I'm in this time zone, okay? So you know you'll hear me talk about so every time I refer to a time, it's always going to be Eastern time. So somebody asked a question, I think, about the AI. I know somebody I was asked. Okay, Nick F. I will. Oh, you asked the question. What is the point of the AI? Well, yeah, I mean, simulating trades. Yes, I mean, this is not a live account or anything like this, but this, if you have our premium service, basically you just load, you have this window, and you just wait for the alerts to come in, and you know, you don't have to take every trade. You know, if some trades may make sense to you, some may not. You know, obviously this one right here, CDLX, has been pretty good right off the bat, 55.14, 56.51. I'm kind of waiting on this. Personally, you know, this is how I use the AI when I have time to, and I'm not answering as many questions. But again, listen, don't be afraid to ask questions. This is the whole idea of the test drive. But I only really focus on stocks under $20, and that's just a personal preference. If you're going to ask me why, it's just a personal preference. Okay, and that's typically, you know, even in the other things that I do, I just like to focus on stocks under. All right, so I see something screwed up right here. I don't really know if I want to demo B plus auto trading for new folks. Okay, I see something screwed up right there, guys. I can tell you. I'm going to just want to reset the connection. Okay, so if you notice that happened, you notice that all of a sudden it said all the stops were hit. Just do a reset. Okay, go to your account and reset. I mean, I'll indicate certainly how people can auto trade and all. We don't recommend auto trading the AI. My preferred float, anything under 20 million is a low float, okay? But typically what we see is that when stocks are really in play, I mean, you know, doing crazy things, those floats can be like under 5 million. So it's not, I mean, it's not necessarily a preferred float, and I don't care. I mean, if the float is large and it's an under $20 stock, but it's moving, I mean that doesn't dissuade me from trading it. It's just that generally speaking, you know, when you see a stock that's really moving, it's because it's a low float. Generally. Okay, so 876 Trader, what link are you talking about? Are you talking about my layout? Okay, so I have verified that the link is working from other people who have tried. So again, you found the link, obviously, right? You went into scans. You know what? I'll post the link. I mean, I will post the link. Make it easier. Give me a second here. Just have to find. All right, guys, I just have to find the link. I've got all sorts of windows open. The links. All right, so here is the link. Here is the link, okay? So the short float percent coming into play. Well, obviously, I mean, listen, we always talk about this. I mean, if a stock is in play meaning either A, earnings, but typically if it's a small stock, it's usually some kind of, news. If it's a virus stock, some virus news, or if it's a drug stock, it's, some good results from a maybe phase 1 or phase 2 or phase 3 testing, okay? So if it's a low float and it's got a high short float percent, of course things can really explode. Because you're going to get people, if it's a high short float percent, then of course, you're going to get a lot of people who are going to get extremely nervous and start covering their position. So it's not so much that I look for it, but if it's got a low float and a high short float and it's in play, then those are when really crazy things can happen. So who asked the question about my layout? Okay, so here it is. Okay, here it is. So when you click on the link, okay, so 876 traders. So when you click on the link, right there, and it loads there, should load into another tab. And then all you do is you highlight it. Highlight it, Control C, copy it. Okay, and then File, Load from Cloud. And it should appear in this box already. If it doesn't, then you have to paste it in, Control V it in. But almost 100% of the time it'll appear and then just load. And I've had other people verify that it is the correct link for my layout, which I tested last night. So I'm not sure what's happening on your end. But again, make sure before you do that you save your layout to the cloud if you have a layout on your screen. All right, so here's a word about CDLX as an example. So there's the AI alert. 55.14, the stock got up to 57.37, okay? In no way, as a human being, human trader, okay? This is what we talk about man and machine. Machine is giving you the alert, but I firmly believe that you have to manage those exits because you cannot let a pretty nice, 55.14, and it gets up to over $2. And I'm not saying you could get out right at the top or get it right at 55.14. You can't let a $2 win turn into basically something that's flat. They exited almost for no gain. Okay, so that's all I'm saying in terms of, I know people just want to auto trade the AI. I mean, now this isn't, so I wish I'd seen this one. SGRY. Now, if you're looking at SGRY and you look at that weekly chart, you can see if you look left, there's a little high right there. It could stop it. 1289, that could stop it right there. Whoa, look at the SPY is right. So again, well, just like I said, Eric, I mean, that CDLX trade, it was a nice little $2 pop, and then the AI did not get out until just a little bit over a few pennies, about a 30-cent gain. I just think that it's the wrong thing to do. We don't recommend 100% auto trading the AI. I know a lot of people want to sort of turn it on in the morning and then let it run all day. We just don't recommend it. I think it's a great combination as a watch list. Let the machine alert you, and then manage the trades. I mean, look at this SGRY. I'd be taking some out probably. I mean, anything that goes from 1210 to 1248, that's a big percentage increase, and it's such a short period of time. And as I was saying, look at the weekly chart. You have to start thinking, longer term. Look at that weekly chart and look where the high is. On that weekly chart, the high is 1285. So we're getting close. Now, does it mean 100% for sure that is going to stop it? Of course not. But there's a good chance that getting through 1285 might be an issue. Yeah, JP, but you see, I'm talking in the trading room also. I've got two, we've got two feeds going. I'll just show this. We have a trading room where it's a little more robust, where I can easily hand out links to people. And there's just more action in the trading room. There are more traders in the trading room, more interactivity, okay? And you're in the YouTube feed. Okay, and which is fine, and I'm trying to keep, I'm answering questions in the YouTube feed also. But if you wanted to come into the YouTube feed is fine. If for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, this is the YouTube feed, or the chat that's going on there. You can follow me. It is a live stream. You see my screen, you can hear me and all that. It's just not as, again, robust, as it would say, as the trading room. And you can come into the trading room. Meanwhile, ASTC is just on the rampage here. Look at this one, ASTC. Let me just give you a link for those of you who do want to come into the trading room. I mean, they're both trading rooms, don't get me wrong, but it's a lot. I just can do a little. I can do more in the actual trading room than in the YouTube stream. That's all. So there is a link for the trading room. Yeah, I mean, and that is one. That is a way you can do it, Eric. Exactly. If you want to, enter the trades, in auto fashion, and then manage the trades, sure. But unfortunately, a lot of people think that they can just, if they just let, I mean, look at this. I mean, guys, I don't know how. I mean, this could come back. Don't get me wrong, but look at Sugary. I know it's surgery, but SGRY. So the alert was at 1210. A stock that's 1210 that gets up to 1263. That is a very, very big percentage move in a very short period of time. Okay. Now it's at 1209. The algorithm never kicked in to get out. Okay, to take you out of the trade. So at this point, you're in a losing position here. Now, it could come back. Don't get me wrong. It could come back. But do you sort of understand? Okay, I noticed that, okay, so 9:50, wow, it's 10 o'clock already. And listen, this could come back. I mean, the algorithms could. Okay, so you do not have, I can tell you why, only have 4 trades. You have a filter in place that is preventing okay. Are you 100% sure? Because I can see that 2 of the trades were exited and there are 4 open. Are you sure that you don't just have it on the open trades? 100% sure? Because then I'll only see 4 trades. SNDX, CDLX, so those are two YUMC. So you're not seeing the two Holy Grail trades. Do me a favor and go to account and do a reset connection and see if that pulls them in. Okay. Okay, so yeah. Sorry about that. So if you click on account from the toolbar and then click reset connection, okay? Now you see it is right back up. It is right back up. So I mean, this algorithm, but I still would never have allowed that to happen. I mean, if you got in at 12.10 and all of a sudden it's back down to 12.04, I mean, it's not an incredibly low float, but this is an earnings play, May 11th, so it released earnings after hours. So this could get, this should be active. But I keep saying this, if you look at that weekly chart and you see 1289 is the high, so I mean that could stall it. Nick F. Okay, you asked that question a while back. Okay, no, that's over 20 minutes. Okay. Okay, so let me answer your question, Nick. Okay, so yes, it's called what we call a symbol list. Okay. Okay, I'm trying to keep up with the questions, and you know what actually helps if you do ask a question, if you put a question mark afterwards, because then it changes colors for me, so I can see it a little more closely. Because as I'm scrolling up, okay, it just helps me a little bit. Most of you are doing that, but just the odd person is not. This is what I mean. You see how it turns blue, so I can see the question. Okay, so Nick, your question was, can you you can create what we call as a symbol list, okay? First, just let me give somebody the link for my layout, okay? Because I know that's going to be a question. So here is a link for my layout. I'm going to put this in the off topic. It's not in the cloud, okay? I mean, you have to. It'll be in your cloud once you load the layout and then save it. Then it'll be in your cloud. Okay, but there is a link for my layout. Again, I just have to constantly tell people, if you have a layout already up and running, and I'm not talking about something from the channel bar, but just maybe a layout that you created, make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you load my layout, okay? Because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. And so Your layout that you have will be replaced by my layout. Again, okay, as long as you've saved it to the cloud. Okay, so Nick, this is what you can do. And this, a lot of people will obviously ask the question. Oh, I see. I see. When you create, so you know how to create a symbol list. Oh, okay. You know how? Oh, so you're saying that when you're in the symbol list and you're clicking on it, yeah, no, that doesn't work. So you're in the symbol list like this. So here's a symbol list. So you're saying I want to click on that symbol in the symbol list and have it load into the chart as an example. Yeah, no, unfortunately you can't. No, you can't do that. Okay, guys, if you're in the sugary, the surgery here, big area for it. Big area. If it takes this out, then it's got a lot of room. Okay, SGRY. And it looks like it's... Meanwhile, GNFT is trying to come back here. Look at this big consolidation down here. GNFT is trying to come back also. GNFT. Depends on how complicated you want to make your charts at W. Okay, I mean, these chart. I mean, for me, the trade ideas charts are fine. All right, but it depends. If you want a lot of indicators on your charts, we're not big on indicators. Okay, we do have some, indicators. So EMAs, RSIs, SMA, of course, the volume, VWAP, etc. But if you're looking for a lot of different indicators, then no. I'm not a big indicator guy, so it doesn't bother me at all. Okay, Chris, so you have to create what's called a symbol list. Okay, I will try. I know I'm getting a lot of questions now all at once. So listen, I'm going to apologize if I don't get to your questions right away. And if I miss a question, if I forget to answer, just repost it, okay? I just want to, the layout link to me is important because people probably want to see my layout, okay? So, Teresa, as an example. So, and this is for anybody else who wants my layout, but again, I always have to constantly repeat myself on the layout. Do not load my layout until you have saved if you have a layout that you've already kind of made, make sure you save your layout to the cloud first, okay? Because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. Your layout will be replaced by my layout. Again, it's okay as long as you saved it to the cloud. So Teresa and anybody else, there's the link. It says test drive, May 2020. Okay, I just posted the link. So there it is. When you click on the link, it should show up in another tab. Okay, in your browser. And I've just highlighted it. Okay, and now I'll copy it. Control copy. So here's maybe where you don't understand. From our toolbar, okay, from the toolbar, File, load from cloud. Okay, and this box will pop up, and notice, see, this is ending in 98D1B, 98D1B. So that link, when you copy it, it automatically will appear here. Now, again, I always have to say this, if for some reason this is blank, the box is blank, then you'll have to paste it in, Control V, paste it in, and now just load. And then my layout, as you see it, what I'm sharing, will appear. Yes, you were able to create your own watch list. Okay. Well, room to run. I mean, again, this is just, you just have you look at charts and eventually you start to see things, sort of things over and over and over again. So when I look at that weekly chart for SGRY, the high is basically right where it's got to. Okay. Now, if you look, if it can take this out, you look left. And I mean, look at the room it's got on that weekly chart. Again, the room, I mean, it's this whole area up here. So in other words, you see this is not sitting right on top of the current price, which could block it from going up. So, I mean, there's a bunch of other reasons why the stock won't keep going. Maybe, if it's all we try to do, though, is take one of the equations out that could stop a stock from going up, meaning chart resistance. So when I look at this weekly chart, I mean, if it takes this out right there, then in a 13, sometimes whole numbers can block. They're sort of psychological to get through. But see, right now, it's just kind of struggling to get through the top of that weekly chart. That candle right there, the top. Just a little bit of a struggle to get through. Okay, does that kind of make sense, Jeff? And Life Double, there's no delay in the scanner. I mean, everything we see here is real time. So when you get in an alert window, it is real time. Top lists update every 30 seconds, but that it's a different function for top lists. Give me a second here. Yeah, it's, I'd like to get rid of all these. It was a cutesy thing, okay? If you're really, really, I mean, count the money, okay? If you really, really want to know about all of the different AI strategies, if you click on links, and so links within the trading room, okay? Click on the links tab within the trading room. One of the links is the AI strategy descriptions, okay? So there will be a little description about what each strategy is looking for. It is, unfortunately, it's not totally up to date, but I know Count de Monet is there. Personally, I don't care anymore about what things are looking for. All I care about is what are the alerts I'm getting. If you're talking Life Double, if you're talking about the chart itself, the chart, when we get an alert, so I just got an alert. So the chart, that's a real-time alert, okay? But what happens is the chart will refresh in about 8 seconds. Now, you might say, well, that's crazy. How could I have a chart that's going to do that when I'm trying to trade? And I thought the same thing. When we first introduced charts, I thought the same thing. So I, basically did an experiment. I had eSignal, and I took 2 eSignal charts. I put them side by side with my Trade Ideas charts, and I wanted to see if there was a massive difference, in what was happening. And I determined that it just wasn't that big a deal. I mean, there's the real time. It just wasn't that big a deal. Most of the time anyway, when I'm clicking on an alert, yes, I see the chart immediately. Now I'm looking at my time in sales. I'm looking at my order entry, and I'm figuring out, do I want to trade it? Meanwhile, the chart is updating. Okay, well that might be because you may not be able to get the trade right at the alert. Okay, that is actually telling me in the simulation that is working more like real time, like the real world. I'll demonstrate that because so you get an alert at 350 and you want to take the trade immediately, but that maybe it's a fast moving stock and it's immediately at 355. So you can put what's called an offset in it, and you will say, okay, I'll take that trade, 10 cents above where the actual alert was, because if it's a fast moving stock, I may not be able to, if you don't have an offset, you may not get very many fills because, some stock, especially if you're trying to get these somewhat fast moving stocks. Does that make sense? Okay, there is so Ron Osborne, if you click on the gear icon in the trading room, the gear icon, okay, and there is one of the options is you have to check always scroll to bottom. I think it's the default, but maybe it isn't. That's a different issue. Okay, Life Double. That is a different issue. If that's happening, I haven't taken a simulated trade yet. Um, that is a different issue then. If that's happening, then that's not good. I haven't taken a simulated trade though, so maybe I'll take one and I'll see if it's updating. Okay. I now I do understand. Try a reset. Now, first of all, Dave, are you talking about? Now it's okay. Okay. Are you talking about in a live account or in the simulator? Okay. Well, did you go in at market or limit? Because I mean, if you win, even though you went in at 30, it depends on the offset too. I'd have to see. I mean, it's hard for me to know exactly. Let me take a simulated trade right now. I'm going to take this trade right now. I'm going to take 400 shares. I'm going to go in at, well, see, the spread is a little tough on that one. Okay, right now it's not bad. Okay, I'm going to buy. Of course, I didn't connect this morning. There you go. Now I'm connected. Got to do it again. All right, so it took 300 shares at $2.30. So are you talking about using it in a manual like I just did? Or are you talking about literally if you put a limit at a certain price and it took it way above, then obviously that is not. Try another one. Where are you putting, so you're putting it in here, the price or a stop price? Okay, I think what's happening, Norm, this is, I think, what's happening. When you click on scans, it goes all the way down to the bottom. You have to scroll up. Have to scroll up and underneath where it says test drive. Okay? I mean, I've had other people say when they load that link, they're getting the layout. I think what's happening is that when you click on the scans link, it goes right to the bottom, and I think that's what you've accidentally downloaded. You maybe didn't realize it. You have to scroll up, 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 right to the top here. Okay, I just heard that there was an issue with the simulated trading, so it should be good now. So maybe that was the problem, Dave. Support and resistance are not automatically plotted on the charts. No. One of the reasons is, I mean, your idea of support, my idea of support may be two different things, and resistance. So Eric, please do a reset. Click on the account and do a reset. Okay, I'm going to have to do this then. Just give me a moment here. All right, I'm going to load my layout. Just give me a second here. Oh man, look at that MGNX continues. All right, guys, so I don't know what you guys are doing because I just loaded that link and my layout is showing up. It's overlaid everything. So I don't know what you guys are doing. So let me just do one thing here. Close all unpinned. Okay. I mean, I just did it. So maybe you guys are not quite understanding. I mean, I just did it. I just took my link, my layout link. Oh, okay. So please, I mean, so there's the layout link. I'll demonstrate it one more time. There's the layout link, which you can find from scans. Go to the top. You have to go to the top. I think what happens is people are going to scans and they're not realizing they have to scroll to the top because it does go to the bottom and there's a link down here. That's not the link you want. Scroll to the top where it says test drive, okay? And there is the link. Click on it. It should load into a tab. Highlight it as I've just done. Just highlight it and copy it. Control C, copy it. And then file from our toolbar, file, load from cloud, and the link should appear in here. If it doesn't, if it's blank, paste it in and then load. I mean, I just tried it and other people have tried it, so I'm not sure what people are doing if they're not able to load that. Yeah, it's not the bottom. It's all the way to the top. Just have to read. That's why I do this for a reason. When I put my scans in here, I mean, they're all pre-active down there, up big yesterday, reversing today, there. So the link is always underneath the text. So that's why I did this. You mean, okay, so life double, you're talking about how do you insert the low float alert? You mean a low float filter? I don't know what you mean by the low float alert exactly. I mean, you can have a low float filter, so filtering for stocks at a certain min or max. Is that what you mean? I mean, so if you so do you have excuse me, do you have an alert window already with say 500K volume? Do you have an alert window? All you have to do is just if you have the alert window as an example, you just right click. Okay, so just all you have to do is just right click, configure, and search, and then type in float. Okay, and here's the short float percent, and here's the float. These are some customs I've got. So just add it. You know, there's the float. Add the filter. You put a max in if you want a low float, whatever your determination is as of a low float. Okay, just put that in the max. And then, if you really want to get into it, the short float percent, you can add the filter. Minimum, whatever you think would be a minimum short float percent. Okay, and then you're just adding those filters. And then of course the 500K volume is easy, right? Just the minimum volume. Now, if it's an alert window, then you have to have a trigger. If your trigger is going to be a new high or a new low or new 5-minute high, I mean, that's up to you, of course. All right, this is okay. I'm gonna try to figure this out, Joe. Joe, I'm going to private message you, okay? Because I need your email address and I don't want you to put in here. So I'm going to private message you. You did what? You put your email? Above? Joby. Well, I don't see it. I don't see it, so maybe just put it again. Oh, okay. Julio is trying to answer you. You check your spam folder. Yeah, maybe because that's too long. I mean, an hour is. Hey, first of all, we've got to revamp this whole thing. It should be almost instant. Yeah, Fred, I won't be able to really. I thank you for pointing these out to me, but I'm too involved in answering questions, so probably another day without trading. Second, please. Joe, I didn't see your email, so why don't you, if you don't, I mean, again, if you don't mind, and I'll delete it almost immediately, okay? So if you, in the off topic, or you're putting in stocks only, where are you actually putting this? Okay, and if you don't mind typing in your email, I just don't see it. Maybe it's way above. If you don't mind, just put, okay, thank you very much. No, 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 no. There's no inconvenience. This just shouldn't happen. Oop. Okay, I just got rid of your email. Okay, is your chart changing automatically, or are you clicking every time a ticker? So yeah, when I click on a ticker, a symbol, that, are you talking about these charts? They do not change automatically. I have to click on a symbol. Okay, yeah. So no, they don't change. Now there is a way. I didn't talk about surfing yesterday. I will talk about it a little bit today. But yeah, I mean, basically what's happening. Yeah, you just click on a symbol, so you can see. Now again, I haven't been able. Let's see what's happened from my watch list. So obviously BW was awesome. 212 on the alert on a percentage move, tremendous move. 539 on the alert. Got up to 560 so far. PTGX 1560 on the alert. Hasn't done anything yet. WTRH 350 on the alert. Got up to 370 at some point. Meh. I don't know what this one's going to do. So far the watch list has been producing okay. And this is, I put a bigger mouse, but it didn't seem to matter. Bigger mouse. I mean, I know you on my monitor. This is a huge cursor. I guess it depends on if you're looking at on a laptop and. Okay, so let me put in my link for the test drive link. So this is for JCT. This is for you. There's the test drive link. Okay, you know what to do with the link, and also make sure that you saved your layout to the cloud because again, you're only going to have one layout loaded at a time. I have a 32-inch monitor. Well, when you say does it show the best time to enter next one? I mean, these are AI alerts, I mean, is it the best time to enter? I mean, a lot of it is, I mean, again, guys, look at so look how whippy that SGRY was. I mean, it gives you, it sort of sets it out ahead of time. There's the entry, there's the stop. Manage the trade. With my watch list, the same kind of thing. Okay, is it the best? I'm certainly not going to say it's the best. Odds maker only shows March 30th to April 24th. You're talking about when you do a back test? I mean, you should be able to do 90 days, or 63 trading days. Okay, so Eric, just underneath, I just put the link. Okay, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to follow both of these feeds here. I just put the link for my test drive. Okay, in the YouTube feed. Oh, I don't know. I mean, recommended. Depends how many windows you want to have. I mean, I've got three 32-inch monitors, but I know people, if they don't need a lot of, if they're not running a lot of different Trade Ideas windows, I mean, you probably get by on a laptop. It really, I don't think there's a recommendation. It all depends on your trading style, how many things you want to watch. I mean, obviously because I'm having to, I have to have several monitors because I've got a two trading rooms going. I've got my brokerage platform on another monitor. So, there's a lot of things that I'm doing. But you may not have to do all that. Look at Sangamo here. The standard plan does not allow backtesting. You have 10 free ones. The standard plan is, you need the premium service for backtesting. We do give you 10 in the standard, but that's it, just to test. What is range? Okay, well, like a range of today, for instance, if I look at Sangamo, okay, it was a low of 853 and it hit a high of 959. That's the range today. That's the day's range, as an example. But you could say, this is a 5-minute. I mean, we have all sorts of different position and ranges. So, in this candle right there, the range was from 925 to 944, okay, as an example. But that's what we mean by range. All right, I want to answer. Nick, are you still around? Because you asked a question a long time ago, and other people will probably want to have this answered about a symbol list. Now I'll have to get to you, but I'll have to do the symbol list a little bit later. Okay, so Dave, yeah. So what you have to do is if you make the changes in the channel, let me show you what I'm talking about. And this is for everybody. So the channel bar is designed, especially if you're brand new. What we've done here is we've created all sorts of different themes. You can see my windows right there. That's not my layout that you're seeing. My windows only shows these three. You don't have to do that though, because if you have my layout, you'll see these three windows here. Okay. But we have an earnings season windows. We've got our channel. So they're all different themes in here. Okay. So in the channel 4, as an example, channel 4. So these are a lot of the scans that the other traders, we've got all sorts of other traders at Trade Ideas. There's Steve, there's Jamie, there's Michael, there's Sean. Hopefully I'm not missing anybody. Anyway, we've got all sorts of different traders, and they from time to time, they'll put their scans in here, all right? And they'll get updated. So for instance, if you wanted the Extreme Master Blaster, or whatever it was you called it, Extreme... Did I miss some? Who did I miss? There's Sean, Steve, Andy, and Mike, and Jamie. Okay, extreme volume. Okay, it really doesn't matter. I could pick any one of them, but if I pick this one, okay, just so you know, yeah, and this is one with 2 in here, yeah. Okay, but if you make changes here, okay, and then you go into another channel, and you come back, the changes are not saved. Okay, they're just not saved because the channels are for everybody. All right, so the fact that you want to make a change, these are in the cloud for everybody. The fact that you want to make a change to maybe a price range or a volume or whatever that change may be, that may not be what other people want, obviously. So you can't make a change in a channel bar and then come back to it and think it's going to remain. So you have to make your change and then save it to the cloud. Okay? Make whatever changes you want and then save it to the cloud. Then it's in your cloud. Then you can go to another channel and maybe extract another window that you like, make some changes, save it to the cloud. No, we don't have EMAs in scans. I know it sounds crazy, Dallas Progress. We don't have EMAs. So does that make sense, Dave? You know, you make your changes and then save it to the cloud, into your cloud. You can't make the change in the channel, then move on to another channel and then come back and expect those changes to have been saved. Yeah, but the problem is, okay, what are you trying to do though? You can save your entire layout to the cloud, yes. That's the whole idea. You can save your entire layout to the cloud. So I don't understand okay, so I don't understand. You tried to make the changes and you saved it to the cloud, so what's the issue exactly? You know you've got two strategies and you've got two alert windows in here. You can see you've got these are two different alert windows. No Asian markets, no. It's just US market and Canada. So Dave, I'm not sure I understand. When you made the changes, then you saved to the cloud. So what is not happening that you want to happen? Yeah, Dave, I just don't know what you're what the problem is. You want to get rid of it? Now you want to get rid of it? See, you've typed I want to get I was wanting to get rid of L. Don't understand that. Is that just a typo? Well, these are I can't I mean I can walk you through only in that these are not mine, okay? This is what you do. I mean, you just right click, configure, and you'll see the filters that the guys are using. These are not, none of these are mine. I don't look at these at all, okay? But when you say walk through, you just have to take a look at the filters that are in place. So right click. You see, I mean, some of them it's complicated because there are a lot of different. There are several alert windows. This is what we call a multi-strategy window, and you can put a lot of different alert windows into one window. Typically, it's because you don't have a lot of screen space, so you can save some screen space by doing that. But you know, again, so I mean, if you wanted to look at I mean, it gets a little complicated, okay, especially if you're new. But then you have to break out the strategies. and then you take a look. I mean, it gets a little bit complicated, guys. If you're new, I prefer to only do it if it's only a simple alert window. But when you ask me to run through them, all you have to do, you just pick one, right click on it, bring up the summary or click on summary, and then you'll see the filters that are being used. Okay? You'll see the filters that are being used. I can't comment on them because, I didn't create any of these. I could, obviously stocks where the price is 90% above this range. That's a 20-day position and range filter. But for me to go through each one of these and each one of these windows is, it's just something I don't think I should do. It's just not. Yes, again, configure all, because there are all sorts of. See, there are 4 alert windows in this one window. This is called a multi-strategy window. So if you wanted to configure all, then you configure all. Okay. These are all going to be checked. You can edit the selected. Now, this is what you can do then for all of them at once, if it loads. Give me a second. Come on. Okay, let me try again. Okay, it's just taking a while. Well, my guess, let me just take a look. Well, there are no, these are all going to be indicating, these are all going to be long strategies. There are no short strategies in here. Okay? There are no short, I can tell right now, these are all long. I wouldn't say so. It depends how they, okay, it depends on people ask all the time, is Trader Is only good for day trading? Absolutely not. As an example, you get something like this PTGX. I'm going to have to close all these down. Close all. So you look at this PTGX. Now, it's up to you to make the determination. You might say, wow, okay, look at the room. You look left on this monthly chart. Look how much room there is. When I say room, there's none of this. All this right here, not sitting right on top. Okay? So, in theory, there's nothing blocking it from moving up to this area right there on a chart. Doesn't mean it's going to. Okay? Doesn't mean it's going to. So you make a determination, okay, yeah, I'd like to swing this one. Now, it is a bio. Bios can be very, very, dicey to swing. But, you can make a determination, yes, I want to swing this one because it looks good on these charts. Alerts are audio, yes. So alerts are audio, so you can put a different alert sound, okay, on the different alert windows. Also on the AI, you can put an alert sound, okay, pretty easy to do. It's the same format every time. So if I want to put an alert sound on this alert window here, and why do you do that? If you have, now, first of all, you shouldn't have like so many alert windows that you're not getting anything done. You're just flitting back and forth, clicking on, 1,000 alerts all day long and getting nothing done. But what you can do is you can right click on an alert window and properties, go to properties, actions, and play sound. Set up the sound. So you see we do have text to speech. So you can pick one of your windows, maybe text to speech, so it'll literally read out or call out the symbol. But again, you can't do it for every one of them because remember, the idea is that you put a unique alert sound on each window so that when you hear that sound, when you hear that alert sound, you know immediately which window to look at. So you can't put them all text to speech. So you can put one of them if you want. You don't have to put any of them, but you know, we get that question a lot. Most of the time though, you're using a custom sound, and then you select the sound, and we have 3 folders here. And within each folder, there are some sound alerts. You can click on one of them, open it, you can play it, and if you like it, you say okay a couple of times. You say okay here, then okay again, and then that will attach that sound to that window. So every time you hear that sound, you know which window to go to. Okay, so the question was, what am I seeing here? So it's not just Grails. You should have, if you okay, in the test drive, everybody has access to the AI, okay? And here's how I would load it. I would click on new from the toolbar and click on this AI/Holly strategy trades window. When you do that, this window will pop up. It should say strategy trades all. Now, if it doesn't, that means you're on an outdated version of trade ideas. You should have the latest version because because if yours says Grail, there's a quick fix to it. You right click, segments, and click on all. But the latest version of trade ideas defaults now to all. Okay, so walking through it, basically there's nothing for you to do. All you have to do, you have this window and you just wait for the alerts to happen. That's what you're looking at. It's a real-time alert. There's the entry time. There's the alert price. There is the stop price. And you manage the trades. And now, listen, I mean, did I know it was going to stall right there? But, I kept saying, if you look at that weekly chart, I mean, it's almost to the penny. I can't quite see 1285. 1294. So remember I kept saying, if you look at that weekly chart for SGRY, the high 2 weeks ago was 12, looks like it was 1285. What did it get to today? It got to 1295. So yeah, a couple of pennies above it, but it just couldn't take it out. And look what it did afterwards. So does this happen all the time? No, of course not. But many, many, many times. That's why, I mean, if you're new to trading, you have to develop some chart reading abilities. So it should be the default. I mean, the entry price and time. But if you don't have an entry time column, these are just columns that you can add. So if you right click on any one of those column headers, and then click on columns. I mean, here are all the columns that you have. Okay. Now, I mean, I think I'm surprised if it doesn't default have the entry time and the price and the stop. But maybe it doesn't. We do not provide education like that at SIF, no. I mean, you come into the room enough times, I mean, you'll hear me talk, you'll hear well, this is the time. You'll hear others, talk about trading setups and what they're looking at. So Harvey, yeah, that's the entry time. The time the alerts came in, that's the entry time, yes. Well, Richard, I mean, that's a question that gets asked all the time. I mean, if you check here, in my post in this section up here that I post every morning. You know, these are the pre-market active stocks. So they were the pre-market momos, if you will. And of course, I'd love to say that just because something is moving in the pre-market that it's going to continue moving during the day. But that's why, you know, so you have to kind of watch them. I mean, it's still no email invite. This is nonsense. Just a second. No, you know what, Joe? It says that you did not complete the exchange agreements. Somebody's looked at your account. It says you have not completed the exchange agreements. Well, when you sign up, there probably was a, just a minute. Okay, just 1 second. It charged your account, but there was a section that says please complete the exchange agreements. I can't help you. Where it said, you know, check here for, it was NASDAQ, it was New York Stock Exchange, it was Amex probably. You had to check something saying, yeah, you agree, you know, that you're not going to, you know, if you suffer any losses, you know, it's just lawyer talk, but you had to complete the exchange agreements too. Because they're just saying they looked at your account. They looked at your account and it says you have not completed the exchange agreements. You know, okay, Joe, what I'm going to try to do, I wish I knew exactly the steps. I don't think you have to sign up again because you've already paid and it looks like your credit card is good, but just a second. Just a second. I got to put myself on mute here. No, I'm frustrated because I can't help you. You know, I just can't, I can't quite help you because I don't go into the accounts and all, and I'm sure there's something really simple that if you went back to the agreement and you just check, and then you're in. Okay, so Bill, yes, I'm sorry, guys. I know I'm flitting all over the place. You know, questions are coming in left and right, and I'm trying to answer as best I can. So if I have missed some questions, I do apologize. Just maybe repost them. So yeah, this is what I suggest if you're using, assuming you're using the app. If you go to new AI, don't load. I mean, listen, you can load the AI from the channel bar and Omni AI. Yes, you can. Okay, you'll get all three versions of the AI. Okay, but this is what I would do because this is a channel, so you're limited. Then, if you want to do something else, you want to go to another channel. That channel is going to disappear. So why not do this? Why not go from the toolbar, click on New, and AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, this window will pop up. Then you see all the trades as they come in all day long. Okay? So never mind Omni. Don't load it from the channel bar. Does that make sense, Bill? Because then you can take, let's say you become a subscriber. You can take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout. And so every morning when you load trade ideas, it'll be blank, and then you just wait for the trades to happen. Does that make sense? Okay, Joe, please do this, okay, and ask for Bill. Okay, just give me a second. I'm just going to give you a link to the home page, okay? And so please go to the home page, and when you do, you'll see a little pop-up, and it'll say Start Live Chat, and you can say, look, I was speaking to Barry in the trading room. I haven't completed the exchange agreements. Make sure you have your email so they can look you up again, and I think Bill will be able to run you through it to get you set, okay? So are there any great trades, guys? Oh man. Okay, so I'm still trying to catch up to questions here. Okay, is there any way to remove the green red from the graph, the one that appears on the right side after AI trade entry moment? So let me see if I can understand that question. So are you talking about these shaded areas? The shaded areas, which is basically, it just, my goodness, what's happening with SG? Okay, so Gonzalo, I'm trying to answer your question in the YouTube feed. So are you talking about, the green, like the green and red is, okay, but in the chart, okay, so the answer is going to be no, I think. Show AI trades. Well, yeah, no. No, there's no way to remove. I mean, these are just showing, a target, and as you get close, as that shade of green gets darker and darker, it's showing the target, and as that shade of red gets darker and darker, it's just showing this, the stop. So that's all that it is. Okay, but you cannot. I mean, it's so light, but no, you cannot get rid of it. Did CBay trigger in my watch list? Yes. Why do you ask? Can you not see it? So when you say, why didn't CBay trigger in your watch list? Tough to answer that question when I see it in front of me here, but I see it sitting right there at the top of my watch list, CBay. So how do I answer that question? Why didn't CBay trigger in your watch list when it did? Man, oh man, this VTIQ, this is the warrant. Look at this thing ripping. Okay, so did I not answer that question before about the account de monnaie? Did you ask that, or did somebody else ask that? If you want to see the description of these strategies, if you click on in the links section, okay, links in the trading room, so links tab, and up here it says AI Holly strategy descriptions. So if you click on that link, you'll go to a PDF, and there will be a description of a lot of the strategies, okay, including Count de Monnaie. Okay? How to change the columns that are set up in the AI strategy window. Okay, sure, I can do that. Okay, so are you watching, James? You can see my screen before I start. It's a good question, Richard. We're working on something like that. Okay. Okay. So James, so the question was, how do you? I'm assuming you want to either add columns or get rid of columns or rearrange columns. Okay. Is that's kind of your question, right? Brent, I'm not able to really follow a lot of stuff. Okay, I'm in completely non-training trading mode. Okay, so all you have to do, and this is for any window. Okay, any trade ideas window, including alert windows, topless windows. Just left click on the window, and then double left click on the window, and then drag it. It's maybe hard to see, but there's a little, when you do that, you're going to see dotted lines. Okay, so left click, I don't have to double left click, sorry, just left click on the window and then drag it and then drop it where you want. Okay, did that work for you? Now that's the same for any alert. That's the same for any column. You just left click on it and then, okay, good. I think the CBay has probably turned into a pretty good alert here also. The VWAP stop is a proprietary stop, okay? It is something that we developed a little while ago. Was developed and is now being used in the AI actually. AI not having a good day today, but had a much better day yesterday. But it is proprietary. It looks at, well, obviously the VWAP. I think it looks at the VWAP from yesterday, looks at the high and the low today, and it feeds those numbers into the system and the computer, and it generates a stop. So I'm not seeing profit. I'm not showing profits for. I'm seeing conservative, moderate, and aggressive as all negative a domino. So I'm not seeing profit here at all. Guys, I have to talk about Brokerage Plus now. I'm getting so bogged down now. I should really be talking way more about Brokerage Plus and paper trading. Okay. On your window, I mean that's hard for me to know, Domino. I mean I can only look at my window, and first of all, let me just quickly go over the AI, okay? I'm going to have to disregard any questions coming in. Maybe if you can hold off on questions. Look at this VTIQ. Incredible. Okay, I want to go over the AI and explain, what happens, how we get the AI in the first place, why you're seeing these trades, okay, or these alerts. So we have what we call about 50 baseline strategies. I'm going to have to put this on mute. There's so much action. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies. This is not one of them, all right? But if it were one of them, the AI waits for the market to close. So it waits for today's Tuesday. So it waits for the market to close. So it has access to the latest market data. And then starts looking at the filters that are in place in the strategies, and starts maybe making adjustments to the filter values, maybe takes a filter out, adds one in, runs through our back tester on each strategy. It's called, basically, it's the optimization routine. Obviously, you and I could never do it for 50 strategies. Hard enough to do it for one, okay, to come up with something that might work. Work meaning, once the routine is over, the strategies that make the cut for tomorrow, because remember this routine will start after hours today and it'll run, I don't know how long it runs, a couple hours maybe. And then tomorrow we're presented with the strategies that make the cut. Typically making the cut, meaning a strategy has a profit factor of at least 2 and a win percentage of at least 60. Now, I never care about the strategies that made the cut. All I care about when I'm able to follow it is what alerts I get from those strategies, okay? I don't care, like somebody said, what is count to money? I mean, I know it's interesting. It could be interesting, but I don't care. I just care about the alerts that we get, and then I try to manage and see which ones I might want to take. I have a certain price range I like to trade, et cetera, okay? So that's how if you have this window open, then you just let it happen, okay? I mean, it's nothing happens until at least 9:35 every morning, and then I'm not saying you'll get an alert right at 9:35, but certainly nothing will happen before then. And then you just you let the machine basically show you the entry and the stop, and then you can manage the trades. So that's basically what the AI is all about. And that is part of the premium package, premium service. Brokerage Plus. I want to talk about Brokerage Plus. So Brokerage Plus is loaded from new, and this is not available in the web-based version. So don't look for it. I know we're trying to add it, but it's not available yet. So if you click on new from the toolbar and click on Brokerage Plus, the window will pop up. These are some of the columns that I've got, but you can add your own. If you right click on any one of those column headers and click on columns, you can add whatever columns you want. These tabs you see here from within Brokerage Plus, click on new, and these are the tabs that you can have. I'll just try to answer, Luke. So are you talking about in the simulator, Luke? You just flatten your position. Flatten is get out, okay? Just flatten is just gets, whether it's a short or a long, doesn't matter. Okay, so again, this is the Brokerage Plus window. So Brokerage Plus, everything I'm going to say until I tell you you need our premium service is part of our standard package for Brokerage Plus, okay? Brokerage Plus can be used in two ways. One, which a lot of people will, especially if you're a new trader, as a simulated trader, simulated trading, paper trading. If you do have an Interactive Brokers account, you can link it to your Interactive Brokers account and trade your account. Your real money, okay? If you're a new trader, I absolutely recommend practice trading first, okay? Do not start trading with a live account. We've set this up for you. It uses our real-time data, so it is real world. Okay, so practice trading first. So just check the trade ideas simulator. Okay. Now, once you've done that, now you can start to take some trades. And so let me just move this down just a little bit. So in its most simple way to use it, you just click on an alert and notice the symbol will appear. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want to get in at. If you are going long, you buy. And if you're shorting, you sell. These are the hotkeys that we have. So flatten gets you out of any position, be it long or short, just gets you out of the position. And it'll go in at the market. Half gets you out of half your position. Doubles your position. If you're new, forget reverse, okay? But what it does is it allows you to, if you're long, then you can reverse it and go short. Or if you're short, you can reverse the position to go long. So these are the hotkeys that we have. Now, that's the most manual way to use it, and nothing wrong with doing that. But I would encourage you maybe to try something that we call one-click trading. Again, all part of the standard service. So you notice that up here, let's say I look at Nerve and I really like to want to trade this one. So I go back and I right click and I hover over trade, and a box pops up, and I think we have some defaults that we created for you. Limit out means that you can, like, flatten will get you out at the market, okay? But limit means, okay, take me out at, a limit price, but also an offset. So that, listen, if I can't get out right at my limit that I'm trying to get out at, then, how far outside of the limit will I allow, that price will I allow myself to be taken out? Because sometimes you just can't get out where you want to get out. So you can put what's called a limit offset, and you can put it like 2, 3, 4, 5 cents away from the actual price that you're trying to get out at. Because let's say something's really moving fast, just because you want to get out there doesn't mean you can. Yeah, I don't have a holding period, no, TI. I mean, I'm more of a field trader. I'm watching, when I'm trading, I'm watching, my longer term time frames, weekly, monthly charts, see how close it's getting to resistance points. So it's never any specific hold time, no. Yeah, unfortunately, you can't do that. This is something that only I can do, the dark colors. Julio, if you're listening, you hear that people want to be able to make it darker. Yeah, Philip, can I do that a little later? Okay. Can I do that a little later? I just want to keep going on Brokerage Plus. So with Brokerage Plus, again, so it can be used as a simulator, or if you have an interactive broker's account, if you know how to trade a little bit and you're comfortable, you can use Brokerage Plus and you can connect it to your interactive broker's account. But most of the people, my guess is that you should start off with simulated trading. Okay? There is no desktop version for the Mac users, no. See how hard it is for me. So that was the most simple way, just a very manual way to use it. Paper trading, okay, you saw how I took that trade, 300 shares. So now you can set up what we call one-click trading. You see, here are my one-click trades. So in other words, if I click on one of these, it'll trade it as per my trading strategy. Now, how do you do that? Well, you have to have the strategies tab. So again, if you don't have the strategies tab, click on New Strategies tab. And there you'll have your strategies tab. Notice these are the long and the shorts that I have. Oh man, don't see any details on the screen. You want you want my layout by any chance? I can give you my layout to load. So all you see is a toolbar. Is that correct, Umesh? Okay, so I can give you a layout, But if are you brand new? So, okay, so I'll just let Umesh do this because it's important that he understands how to at least to see something on my screen. Excuse me. So you'll click on that, you'll click on that link. Okay, you'll click on it and it'll show up in a browser window or a tab, okay? Highlight it. So now it's highlighted. Control copy it, okay? So now you've copied it. Now go to your toolbar, your Trade Ideas toolbar, and File, Load from Cloud. File, Load from Cloud. And this will appear, that string will appear right in here. If it doesn't, if for some reason it is blank, then you'll have to paste it in, Control V it in. But if it shows there, then just click on Load and you're done. Now you'll see my screen, or you'll see the windows. Now, if you're brand new, I know you're going to have a lot of other questions, but so just bear with me. No. Oh, you're in the web-based version. Yeah. Well, it shouldn't matter. Just, you're on a Mac. Okay, just a minute. Okay, just give me a moment here. Yeah, okay, so it should be exactly the same. It's just Tools, Load from Cloud. Tools, Load from Cloud. Okay, and if you don't see the string, you might have to copy it in here, okay? Yeah, I'm not sure. If you don't see that string in here, then just copy it in. Paste it in, Control V it. Now you're going to have to do some. You mean that load right there? That is there something? Is the string in here? Let me just see. So I just pasted it in, and now load is ungrayed. I just pasted it in. Now load is ungrayed, and I can click on that and it'll load that layout. Hopefully that's working. You have to have this. You have to have something in here, and then load should not be grayed out. Do you have a green ball? Make sure you are live. You don't have a green ball? It's not green like this? Okay, then then something's gone on. You have not, you're not live yet. You might have signed up, but how did you sign in? Did you have a demo before, or maybe you signed in? Because you're not live. I mean, that's the reason, okay? Are you part of this test drive? Okay, are you part of this test drive? Yeah, but it's impossible. Okay, you're going to have to. I'm sorry, I can't help you. You're going to have to go to. You may have, it's like somebody else did. You may not have filled out the agreements. You might have thought you did, but you may not have filled out the agreement. So I'm going to have to send you to our home page. Okay, and start a live chat. And just say, hey, listen, I thought I'm signed up, and make sure you give them your email so they can look up your account, okay? And then they'll figure out why you're not getting the data yet. There's just something gone a little bit wrong with the account, okay? Okay, where was I? Setting up one-click trading. So here's how you do it. So you have to have the strategies tab, and you right click and then new trading strategy. All right, now you give it a name. Is it a long? Is it a short? These tabs here have a lot of information you can fill in. I'm going to show you what I do for using the buy button on a chart. Okay. You know what, Pete? I'm going to have to keep going and here, and if I don't answer your question right away, okay, because otherwise I'll never get this done. You know, I think this is important for people to understand how to use Brokerage Plus. So I'm going to show you what I did. I created a strategy called Chart Long $100 Risk. And all I did was I gave it a name and I called it a long, and then I went in and I'm going to show you after the fact, but I filled in all the information that I wanted in these tabs. Entry time, I didn't put an entry time because I didn't need one. I'm going to manually at my discretion take trades, so I didn't need an entry time. Order details and risk management work hand in hand. This is something I'd like to hammer home especially for new traders. You know, when you get it, unfortunately, not every trade works. So you have to have an out. And this is what we call a stop. Okay, you have to get out when your stop gets hit. And how do you figure all that ahead of time? Well, first of all, the other thing you have to start thinking about is, okay, if the trade works against me, how much I'm lose on this trade? Okay, so I hope I'm not muted. Am I muted? Okay, I didn't think I was. Okay. Okay, I want to make sure it was, okay, so, all right. So this must have flipped on and off. I didn't do anything. Okay, so where was I? In the right click? Okay, so the tabs, you have to have the strategies tab, right click, new trading strategy, you give it a name, is it a long, is it a short, and then I'm going to go over these tabs here, how I set up one of them, okay? So I right clicked, I set up one strategy called Chart Long $100 Risk. That's what I named it. That was the name I named it, and you're going to see why. And then this is what I'm talking about. Order details and risk management go hand in hand. Get used to the idea of saying, okay, if this trade doesn't work, how much am I willing to lose on this trade? So in the simulator, I've put $100. Now, obviously, if you've got a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. Okay? So you have to figure out, I in the simulator, I say I'm risking $100. Risk management. And notice what it says, position sizing based on a stop loss. And here is my stop loss. This is a little drop-down menu. I'm using filter. And somebody asked about the VWAP stop. This is just a big drop-down menu. I would encourage you to try this VWAP stop. What is it? It's a stop. It's a proprietary stop that we created. Okay. What that means is, for instance, if you look at my single stock window, you notice it says 38 cents VWAP stop. That means if I clicked on an alert for nerve when I clicked earlier, that means my stop would be 38 cents away. Okay, that's what the stop is. You can also put an offset. This offset meaning, people ask all the time, well, can you put a target? So yes, you can put a target. And I put a 50-cent target. Okay, I don't put targets personally, but I'm just using this for demonstration purposes. So what that means is, let's say I get into a trade at 1 and it starts to work, $1, and it hits $1.50, it will take me out of the trade, 50 cents above, okay, the entry. So let's see how that actually works using the buy button on the chart. If you don't have a buy button on the chart, that means you don't have the latest version of Trade Ideas, okay? So please make sure you have the latest version. The latest version can be accessed from the subscriptions tab. And right there, download TI Pro or beta. There is no beta. Right now, this is the latest production version. Right there, okay? That's the version, 4.2.15. Okay, so here's what happens. So I want to use the buy button. So if I use, what you do is you assign one of your long strategies, you pick one of them, as the way in which you want to trade if you use the buy button right on the chart. So I just picked this one. You know, I named it chart long $100 risk. Makes sense to me. Okay, but I could have picked any one of the other long ones. And again, if I get into the trade, it's going to follow these rules that I created. So let's do one. Let's take Sangamo right now. Okay, so I click on the buy button. And I drop it. Now, you see I dropped it just a little bit on top of the share price, and then it took it. Okay, it did take it. So it just took that trade. Sangamo took 217 shares. Why did it take 217 shares? Notice, and I know it might be a little hard to read because it's, you know, I've got a lot of stuff going on here, but there's a stop down here that it was automatically calculated because there's the VWAP stop 44 cents away. See if I can get this a little more clear. You notice it says minus 103, 926 minus 103. Remember what I was saying? If I get into the trade, I don't want to risk. I want to risk about $100. So I mean, this is approximate. That means if I let myself be being taken out, if I let myself be taken out of the trade, and I let it come all the way down to 926, I'd lose $103. That's what that means. So why did it take 217 shares? Because if I take the difference between the entry and the stop and multiply by 217, that gives me that approximate 100. So it automatically will position you size-wise, okay? Yeah, Spy Girl, I'm not, some other people might give you some opinions, okay? But I'm kind of wrapped up in teaching, so I can't really help you there. So that is how that buy button works. Now, you can do a few different ways also. You notice how when I clicked on the buy button, let's just say I wanted to put it on top. Maybe there's a reason why I would like to take the trade at a higher price. Maybe if it is going through a certain level that I think it would, if it got through that level, it would be better. So when you click on that buy button, you basically drop it, you release it wherever you want to take the trade. So again, I could have released it above the price, or I could have said, you know what, if it pulls back to this area, that's where I want to take the trade. Okay, now what I did is I released it right at the price that it was, so that's why I took the trade immediately. Up and running, great, Joe. Okay. So everything I just said is part of the standard service, okay? The ability. Little dog in the background. Everything is part of the standard service. So there's one-click trading that you can set up. Okay. The obviously manually trading. If you wanted to use your Interactive Brokers account, if you're an experienced trader and you want to use your live Interactive Brokers account, and yes, this is the only one it connects to, Brokerage Plus connects to. Everything I've just said, you can use is part of our standard service. So here is where you would need our premium service. So if you wanted to set up auto trading, so in other words, if you have an alert window that you've created, and every time a symbol showed up, you would want to take the trade automatically. You can do that. And here's how you would do it. You know, obviously you have to create the strategy, and then you have to also you have to edit the trading strategy, and you know, create how you want to trade it. You know what your risk is going to be, what your stop is going to be. You know, all those things. Okay, ahead of time. And once you do that, then you just turn the strategy on. You right click and you enable it. Now it's on. So every time a symbol, which it might have even taken Tesla or not Tesla, but TLSA. So you turn the strategy on, the ones that you want to auto trade. I didn't take it. Okay. So if you do want to auto trade, say an alert window that you create, then you need our premium service. And if you wanted to auto trade the AI, and you know, we don't recommend certainly letting it run completely automatically. I mean, some might auto trade the entries. Then you'll need to buy Brokerage Plus. It's a one-time licensing fee. Costs you $1,100 minus whatever discount there is. But again, if you're a new trader, I would forget about auto trading. Okay, number one. So you only so the standard service. If you don't care about auto trading at all, then the standard service is fine. If you want to auto trade your alert window, and if you want to see the AI alerts, and we're not talking about auto trading, you just want to see them, then you need our premium service. Okay. Stacy, I can't see my screen, almost black. What browser are you using? The developer of the room suggests that you use Chrome as your browser. You can try Firefox. Make sure the browsers are up to date, and hopefully you're not using Windows 7. You can't set them, okay? You can't. This is something that only I'm able to do, okay? The dark colors. Just give me one moment, please. I'll be back in about 2 minutes. Just give me a couple of minutes. right, sorry about that, guys. I'm now back. Okay, so Stacey, I don't know how is your try Firefox in. I don't know how to help you. I mean, it's driving me crazy that some of you can't see my screen. Majority can. I don't understand why. But try Firefox and just make sure is Chrome up to date. You know, if you click on these little dots here, you know, and where's it, help and about, you know, make sure it's up to date. Okay. Only thing I can suggest, try Firefox. Okay, so here in this section here, in the training or education, they asked a video about Brokerage Plus. Okay, so in the training or education, okay, so click on that link. Okay, click on that link, and you'll be brought to this page, the training or education. You'll be brought to this page. And I don't know why it defaults down here. I wish it went up here, but right there, okay? You see where it says Trade Ideas 20 lessons in 20 days? If you click on that, and of course you don't have to take 20 days to do it, but the bottom three, Brokerage Plus, Intro, and How to Link, okay? So that'll give you a good idea about Brokerage Plus, those three down there. Okay? The other thing I should keep mentioning also, you just might have to do a refresh. In the trading room, there's at the top, sort of the top right-hand corner, I think you should see a gear, and beside it there is a refresh icon. It looks like almost a completed circle, okay? And that might happen also, or that might happen. That might be all you have to do is just do a refresh. Yeah, not a good day for Holly. You know, yesterday was a good day. Today is not a good day. Okay, so Thinkorswim. Okay, Brokerage Plus only links. If you're talking about Brokerage Plus, Brokerage Plus only works with interactive brokers. If you're talking about Trade Ideas itself, and I should talk a little bit about linking, and I don't want to give people the idea that you have to have an interactive broker's account to use Trade Ideas. Of course not. You don't have to use Brokerage Plus at all. This is just when we first started, this was just a way nicer looking order entry screen that happened to link with interactive brokers. Okay. And now we've expanded on it with paper trading and all that. But you don't have to. You don't have to use Brokerage Plus, okay? You don't have to have an interactive broker's account. We have what we call here is in an external linking tool. If you click on Tools, and this is not available in the web-based version. If you click on Tools, External Linking, and you just follow these instructions. We link with many platforms like Thinkorswim, okay? And you add a link and you just follow these instructions. Now, what linking does is that it basically, instead of you're having to, you know, I click on an alert, TLSA. So what happens when you're linked to, you know, whatever platform you've got, it just automatically loads it into your order entry box. It doesn't trade it or anything like that, of course. It just loads it in there so you don't have to constantly type in symbols all day long. That's what linking does. Okay, so it doesn't matter what brokerage platform you've got. Of course, you can use Trade Ideas. You know, I do not want people to think that you have to have an IB account and you have to have Brokerage Plus. I mean, it's just a nice add-on, that's all. How do you set the time interval on the chart? So if you right-click on the chart, right-click, and time. Okay. And so here are all your options. So just right click on the chart, and where it says time frame, just pick whatever option you want or whatever time frame you want. Okay, WC? Somebody asked that question yesterday about Trade Zero. I don't know. We link with many platforms, but understanding that they don't care whether we link with them or not. A lot of times it's just trial and error. Sometimes, it's not the order entry box. It could be a chart that you have to link into. I don't know if anybody, and I'll ask the question, see if Bill knows. Okay, there you go. So Thomas says he toyed with Trade Zero and it worked. So yes, so the answer is yes. Now, I am sure. No, no. I have a very. It is not old at all. No, the graphic card is. It's a very high. It's a very high performance machine that I've got. Guys at TI put it together for me. So no, it's not. It's definitely not my issue on my end. It'd be like a super high end gaming computer. All right, guys, so there's no manual for the program, no, but I encourage you, I'm going to keep hammering this point home. I'm going to encourage you to look at these videos, okay? You click on that training or education link, and then you get to the 20 lessons. Like, click on that link and click on this link, okay? Short lessons, short lessons, okay? Those of us with bad attention span, poor attention span. They're very short. It has to be pro account. That I do know. Okay, not the light account. Sorry. It has to be the pro account. Unable to read this collaborative link. Are you talking about... You guys are really, you guys are challenging me here because I clicked on the link and that's what happened, and questions and answers. That is what I wanted you to. But I just clicked on that link. That link you said unable to. Watch. I just clicked on it. I'll click on it again. And you get to the home page, and then I wanted you to click on the questions and answers. And then you can start a session. So I don't know why that's not working for you. It's not from the cloud, it's just a link. It's just a link. Oh, my layout. Oh, I see. Well, you're not loading it from the cloud. Well, I shouldn't say that. I guess you are. But are you? Did they get you up and running? I thought you had a problem. that you're up and running now? And you're on the web, right? Okay. All right, let's do it. We have 3,300 people who signed up for the test drive. I feel like they're all in here. They're not all in here. That's okay. It's more frustrating for me because I wanna help so badly that I know it, because I know it can be very frustrating. All right, so okay, so that's the web. Okay, so I am going to take my link that I gave to you. Okay, so I'm putting this in here. So there is the layout link. I'm clicking on it and it loads up here. I'm going to copy it. Controls, see, I've copied the link. Okay. Now, tools, load from cloud. Paste it. I've pasted it in this box. Load. Okay, so I mean, it's all jumbled, but there it is. I mean, you have to rearrange. I mean, I don't know what happens if you do this, but now you have to rearrange it, but there it is. So I don't know what's happening with you. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Well, when you say a bit link, I mean that's the only link I've got, Umesh. That's the only link. I'm not. Okay, so I'm trying to answer Philip's question here.
Move away, please.
Where is that question, Philip? Okay, I used yours.
Okay. You stay here, please. Do not go anywhere. Okay?
Well, you may not get all of them. I mean, when you load my layout when you load my layout now, you're not going to get all the previous ones, but you should certainly get the latest ones. You should get all these. Well, yeah, now you have to rearrange it. Yes. Yes. You know, you'll have to drag the windows around, and then once you do that, then you just save your layout. Guys, I'll be signing off in about a couple of minutes, just for half an hour.
Yeah.
Just have to
Don't
see who
worry.
is on.
I know you guys are out there.
Okay, Steve.
Iron is there. And it has an automatic soap dispenser. Yes, do you want to take that? Okay. Stay there. Okay. You just need to be careful with the door because my cat might walk out. My cat? She jumps up.
Yes, you can have a link to my layout. Yes, Rob, you can have a link.
How long do you think it will take?
Okay, we are actually right in the spring test drive, so I can give you a link for that.
She tends to open the doors. Okay, I will lock her. I will lock her upstairs.
Okay, so Eden, this is a link for and anybody else who still wants to be part of the test drive. Okay, it's not a two. Okay, just so everybody understands, the test drive started yesterday. It ends May the 22nd, which is Friday. Okay, if you sign up today, you're not going to get the full 10 days. You'll get the balance of today plus 8 days. Just so you understand, it is not a running 10 days. It says your program has expired. Okay, just a minute, guys. I have to hand over the.
The scholars around the wall. You see the water was there at the corner. My neighbor came to tell me that the scholar was all flooded. So we realized that there was water there on this side also.
All right. Hello. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the afternoon session of the, well, we'll call it the test drive. Thank you, Michael. And thank you. Let me mute myself, my delay. All right, so welcome everybody that's new and, of course, existing users of Trade Ideas. This is our test drive week. And big turnout, giant turnout, actually. It appears that Trade Ideas is on the receiving end of this COVID new normal, as they want to call it. So people are learning how to play piano, tend a garden, or in this case, tend a digital garden, learn how to try and grow an account. So welcome. Hello, Jethro. We're here to answer questions. Some of you may have been directed here by our support staff, for further demo, visual demo that is, Q&A. So just like Sean did yesterday, I will do today, sharing my desktop here, maybe give you guys a different flavor of, how to use the product and what I'm looking at and how I use it. And of course, answer any questions that people are sitting on that they want to get answered. We're in day number 2 of 10 days of test drive. We used to only give a week, 5 days, and that really wasn't enough. So one of the best things we did for the last few is go a full 2 weeks. Gives everybody a bit more time to kind of digest the depth and levels that this cool program can do for you as you drink from the fire hose data that is the market of 8,000 symbols almost. Doesn't matter if you're a scalper quickly on a 1-minute chart or a swing trader like myself and a lot of the other guys. We can use this program to help define and refine what you want to see. Let me speak louder, but at least, hang on a second. Let me just check my levels over here. Looks like my levels are coming through okay. Let me turn them all the way up. So from my end, you see guys, I got this little nifty handy dandy level thing here. So that tells me it's working okay. So it might be on your end, unfortunately. Do the best you can, but I'll try and speak as best I can. All right, right off the bat, I don't know how this came on my screen, but it's there, And for those of you who are not aware, I really like to use this 15-minute chart with a 10-period moving average. It shows me when stocks are in momentum. You can see the daily chart over here. Boy, look at these tests all day long yesterday of the 10-period moving average. Numerous tests. Well, we just had another test, so I bring this up. It doesn't matter if it's INO or any other stock you're trading and you're wondering, should I get out here? Well, you might really want to stick around and see what's going to happen, how this resolves based on historical data. These momentum plays will follow this line. However, a lot of times momentum, in my experience, will last about a day and a half. So this is a real critical area here. This is the second day, and this might be where people who were positioned before this move start to want to take some early profits. But this is a very simple binary way to just manage a trade. As long as the candle doesn't close below that 10-period moving average, I'd like to stay in there. All right, let's see what we've got going on here. And the questions, volume's fine for Jethro. Is there a delay on, no, this is live, Bo, this is live. So we're employees here. We're showing our screen live, just like Barry shows his live. No delay. Grub had a pretty good day. 3,000 in the pocket from Chad. Did you find Grub on Trade Ideas scan? Let's see what's going on. I look at Grub. I see a couple of things here. I see the relative volume is strong at 11 times normal. Very good. Look at this yesterday, my 10-period moving average. Well, now we're way above this thing. Way above. Very strong. Obviously, they came out with some sort of news midday, it looks like. What was the other one there? VTIQ, somebody was chatting about. Well, look at that on the daily chart. So just a quick shot here to somebody who maybe might be pulling Trade Ideas up for the second day in a row here. This right here is what we call our single stock window, and a lot of times I will pull up a chart and I will look immediately to see what's happening. Okay, 14 times normal volume. Very, very good. The chart kind of tells us that story. But what else is going on? Earnings date? Okay, there's no earnings date, but what is this company? A business? What's going on here? Detail, news, profile. Oh, it does not have any significant operations. Well, isn't that interesting? Okay, well, what I was going to show you was if we tab over here to similar, apparently these are similar companies. Whatever that company does, these are similar companies. Might not always be the best example. Let's use something more traditional like ex-US Steel. Well, now we've got a US Steel, we've got Nucor, we've got some other ones here. So it's a neat little tab called Similar. It allows you to quickly identify who might be in the same vein, especially right now when we've got a lot of sector plays going on. Could you cover the difference between a top window and an alert window and when one would choose one over the other? Yes, I can do that very easily. I'll say right off the bat, the T windows stand for top list, and they are a sortable live spreadsheet is what I would call them. And the A window for alerts, these are event based, meaning we have a new low in this particular event. It's a new 5-minute low. But the point is the event is triggering the symbol as well as filters. Over here in the T window, there's no event. It's only filters. And so every 30 seconds, this T window will get a new download dump of data. And any of the filters, symbols that no longer have all the filters matching will drop off the scan. Any symbol that all of a sudden is now satisfying all the filters will pop up on the scan and for about 30 seconds. And what you can do sometimes for the history feature is we can go back and use historical, but we can only do a 5-minute snapshot. So I can go back and look at see what yesterday at the close looked like for me, roughly at 55 in California. And this window has a whole other complex. Now notice real quickly, yesterday, Match.com was on this particular scan. I really liked Match.com yesterday because it had a nice gap up and then 3 days of pullback right there into the moving average, into the gap. These are the kind of contrarian entries I like. So I bought some in my other account. I mirrored it here in this simulated account. So that's why I'm currently an MTCH swing trader. Yesterday, I noticed this was looking good. Was on my radar for today. Matter of fact, I love the way it actually came down and kind of tried to shake out yesterday's lows and then moved higher, and that was my signal I wanted to get in. So back to your question, swing traders will probably use this T window top list, and more active day traders, people in the moment looking for an active new high or new low or a pullback to a certain level, might use the A windows, which stand for alert. They're event-based with filters. The T windows are just a set of filters, and you can sort. The coloring and the sorting on this one, believe it or not, is based on short float. This is the column here. So one of the reasons I love Match.com is because it's apparently got 84% short the float. This Ligand Pharmaceuticals got 84% short the float. And Zoom Media is still trying to work off a lot of its high short float. So add that into the mix. For me as a swing trader, that becomes kind of interesting. So it really behooves the trader to stay on top of these symbols and watch them as they come through the jump rope. And a perfect example is not chase a stock like MTCH after 3 days of movement. No, stock it, wait for it to come around, compress, work some of this off, create a higher low, and here's my entry. That's the kind of methodology and the kind of swing trading I like to look for. All right, let's see. Hopefully that answered your question. Great name, Chubby Puff. Chad says, Uber, I think I will buy it. Let's see if I would think I would buy it. Here's how I would buy Uber. If I wanted to get into Uber, May 7th was earnings, so we're past earnings. Decent relative volume today. But I'm not going to be the one that jumps in right here, kind of like I was talking about, because if I wanted to buy Uber, I'm going to wait and see what happens when the price and this line meet. And I think they might have a pretty good shot at it. If you really want to get in, maybe you could buy half here and maybe the other half down here if it does pull back, or even better if it goes sideways and this line comes up to meet it, I would be interested. On the bigger picture, it doesn't look bad, Chad, because it looks like it came off earnings really nicely. Probably caught a lot of the shorts off guard, thinking it was not going to be as good based on the COVID. But for whatever reason, we now have a technical close above this 200 and above all this. See these other messy moving averages. So, bigger picture, it might be okay. Might be a survivor. I'm sure it's going to be a survivor, but it might be making its move into survivorship now. And I don't mean to say survivorship. That's the wrong word. All right. What else are people looking at? VERU. Okay, so this just came out with news, obviously. May 13th. Look at this. Notice another great use of the single stock window. The red is alerting us that May 13th, tomorrow, pre-market, this thing is going to have earnings. Well, I don't know what just happens. Somebody let something out of the bag. But this is the kind of thing you got to be aware of, and it's one of the reasons we marked that in red, so you can be aware if you're going to take that stock home tonight, you've got earnings tomorrow. Let's take a look at for another example. Okay, pharmaceutical prep manufacturing. Similar. Let's go to the similar tab. CBay. Hey, they've had a pretty good day. So you can see how useful the similar tab might be, guys, for maybe some sympathy type plays. Similar. I mean, not everything in here is going to look good, but there might be some interesting things. Approval. No. So they got approval before their earnings. Just what we need, more phase 2 COVID drugs. Just take the HCQ. That'd be the first thing I'd clamor for if I had it. All right, so we're kind of caught up on questions. Hey, we've grown the room. The room is another one just popped in there. Welcome anybody who's new. We're here. If you've got a question and you were kind of waiting your turn, jump in now and I can demonstrate something. Here's an exercise I always like to do. Let's do this. You heard me talk about the 10-period moving average. And Hey, what do you know? We got one right here. Another pretty good example of how that's where the rubber meets the road a lot of times for secondary moves, especially a stock that has moved up nicely on good volume and then sideways action for an hour or so. Those can be some really nice entries if there is some more gas left in that tank. Are there scans that can be used for end of day? Yeah, Bill, this is a perfect example. I don't know if you just heard me talk about Match.com. I'm in this, and it's also in that simulated account I just minimized. Right now we're looking at this. I forgot to put it back on real time. We are looking at this in yesterday. So yesterday I said I love the way Match.com pulled back. All the chasers up here are now getting scared. Maybe we'll get a nice little dip on the open, which we did. And I said, I'll take that contrarian entry every day. So I was prepared by yesterday using the scan. I'm going to go back to time frame real time, live always. So at the end of today, maybe I'll take a look and see what closed interesting. Now, most of the items on here, I'm not going to chase, especially something like Carvana. Carvana is a great story right now. People are not going to car lots, but they're buying them online. But this thing got ahead of itself. It's probably due for a day or two of consolidation. I'm not interested. So the point is, everything on here is in a jump rope, and the timing is up to you. I'll go ahead and share this for those that might be wanting it as I speak about it. I call it the A table, but it's really turning into kind of the COVID ID survivors, whether it's Match.com, Carvana, Zoom Media, Wayfair, buying furniture online, Pets.com, Pet Media. All right, so A table, there's the scan. I saw some questions come in, so I'll take those first before I was going to move on to the AI. Are there scans? We did that. WTRH for a swing. Yeah, WTRH. I always do that. I wouldn't chase this. It's exactly what I was just saying. Personally, this thing's had 5-6 days of big movement. This might be the moment here it actually gets tired, quite honestly. You'll have to watch that 10-period moving average, and it's going to need to come back to earth. The more space between the 10-period moving average and the price, the less likely I am to want to buy it. I'm going to want to buy it on that line. Can I get rich quickly with your software? No, Jethro, you can't get rich quickly with anything. It takes many, many hours. So our software will help you, point you in the right direction on your journey to making mistakes and learning from those mistakes, and eventually culling out a method and a system that works for you, just like I've done and some of the other guys here. But it will help you. It's not going to make you rich. It will help you get to where you want to be. Any thoughts on SDGR sound gear? Wasn't this in the news recently? Looks like a brand new issue, right? No? Yeah, it doesn't go back that far. Yeah, it looks like it's breaking out. I prefer to buy on the consolidation areas, not on the breakouts. Oops. How can I put a customized chart on the chart window, stochastics? Okay, so any customized chart he's asking about, you got to right click and go to modify indicators or add indicators to start with. So there's your universe. Okay, average volume, that channel, EMA, Keltner channel, anything on here is available to you. If you don't see it on there, it's not going to be available to you until we build it, or if we build it. All right, I think I saw some. All right. Did that one. Any possible strategy to catch an entry just above? Yeah, David, I'm glad you asked. So this jam down scan that I have kind of works in conjunction with what I'm liking. So here's my daily chart, Autodesk, above all its moving averages, moving sideways, and then boom, it gave that little early morning throw. It's always the running of the early morning stops that's interesting, right into the 10 period. So let's take a look. This is how we kind of speak to the program. I'm saying, see that arrow right there? That's a pretty darn good entry. What is that, 182 roughly? Let's highlight that. Not a bad entry there for a real-time scan, okay? So what is alerting me? How are we getting that alert? Let's go take a look at the actual alerts. It's a new low on the day. Okay, I'll take that. Obvious, it's a contrarian indicator, a new low, but I'm buying it, right? But I'm trusting the fact that my filters are going to only show me that new low when I feel that is the moment of change, the reversal period, which is usually the case at the 10-period moving average for me, and is so exemplary, is so easily exampled right here. All right, so what are we looking for? The new low, all right, change from the close. I want it to be at least down 1%. I could lighten that up to 0.5%, maybe get some more. That's an option. You could do that. There's our price minimum 5 to 300. I could open that up to 1,000 if I wanted to. But here's the kicker. This is my little window of opportunity, the change from the 10-day moving average. Let's click in here and see what well, it's not going to read it off to me. I'll read it to you. It's basically saying that new low, I only want to see that new low, not here, not here, not here, not here, but down in here is pretty much where the 10-period moving average is on the daily chart. So that's when I start to see those new lows because of this filter right here. It's saying, show me the new low no more than 0.05% above that 10 period, but no less than 0.1% below. So it's kind of a little window, 10th below, 500 above. That's the area in which I'm going to see that alert. All right, I see you guys answering questions good because they're starting to come in. Composite rating, we haven't talked about this. All right, let's just go right into that. The composite rating is a proprietary score, and I kind of look at it like a college bell curve. 70s are going to be your C students, 80s are going to be your B students, and 90s are going to be your A students. And what that means is we have compiled a composite rating rather than saying, I want these stocks to look good on the chart, right? We all want them to look good. What does that mean? Well, they're probably going from lower left to upper right. They're probably strong in the last 10 days. They're probably above most of their, if not all of their moving averages. And they probably have some pretty healthy balance sheets as well. So fundamentals and technicals combined give us a score rating. So I've kind of circumvented all those individual filters I just talked about and said, just show me the B students and the A students. So anything 80 and above on my stock composite rating means I'm going to see stocks like Autodesk. All right, hey, look, it's above all its moving averages. It's pretty good on the 20-day range. And then this is the complement to it. The moment in time, the jam down showed me that that pierced that 10 period. So I don't know if that's what you were looking for, but David, but that's pretty darn close, huh? Let me give you the copy of that. So that a lot of times you'll see the jam down symbols kind of show up that are the same symbols on the A table. Because I've done the same thing with the A table. I used a composite score to make sure I see the ones I want to see. And then I've added in that short float to find the short squeezes. So the jam down cloud code is coming through. All right, now let me reverse here. Andy's been helping me answer some questions. The value of premium over standard, pretty much two things. You're going to get the AI, which is the AI trades we'll go over in a second, and then you're going to get the backtesting, unlimited backtesting, which helped me come up, by the way, with this jam down scan. You can backtest this and see some cool stuff. So that's really the nut of it there. All right, never a dumb question. I use TI platform for my assessment and decide which stock to trade. Very good. And then trade using my brokerage account, or can I trade from TI platform? The only way you can trade directly from the TI platform is if you have a an interactive brokerage account. So if you have an interactive broker's account, you have a couple of options. If you have a premium account, you can use the Brokerage Plus. Okay, I'm connected to the sim mode here, which everybody can do. It's a lot of fun to play around with sim trading. Or you can connect to interactive brokers, and as you can see, hopefully E-Trade will be our next connection at some point. That's one of your options, and then you can just trade directly. Hey, I'm just going to bring up the NASDAQ Qs. I want to trade those. They've already loaded. I don't want 2,000. I just want 100, and then buy. I'm probably not going to have you buy. I could buy it. I thought I was going to run out of buying power there. But that's the sim version. There's another way you can do it. You can do what's called one click. Let's say Autodesk came through this morning and you really liked it. You could essentially assign that trade, come on, with a right click, trade Autodesk, and then you have all these assumptions. Buy 100 shares, buy with a stop at lows, buy, so you have one-click buying as well. But all of that I just showed you is only enabled through having an interactive brokerage account. Any other one, it doesn't work right now. Okay, let's get into the AI. Some people said, I don't know about the scanners, but I want to know how to use the AI. And what I was going to show you is a simple way to use the AI, which is if you don't know what you're looking for, you don't want to know what you want to scan for, let the AI find some interesting setups for you. And let's take a look here as we go through each trade. And what I want to talk about is just simply using the AI for an entry. If you like it, you reach over and you buy it on your own account. But once you're in it, we don't necessarily say let the AI manage your exit for you. A lot of times the human can manage these trades better than the AI can for exit reasons. And what I was talking about earlier is just the simple way to do it is use that 10-period moving average. So right here in Hain as an example, if you're in this trade from the AI, there's a little bit of space here, between the price and the 10-period. Let's see what happens when these two areas converge. If the price moves higher, you're still in the trade. If the candle closes and puts a 15-minute candle below that rising 10-period, then it's time to get out. So that's basically the way I would manage each one of these ideas. So the value is in the entry, the presentation of the idea of the symbol, and the management should be up to you. So again, here's a nice blue line entry. Essentially, we're just going to manage that thing accordingly, according to the 10-period moving average. Here's one where, look at this, it's time to get out of the trade. It broke right there. It broke that 10-period moving average. No longer probably want to be in that trade. Let's take a look at a couple more. Got a lot of people signed on right now. Might be slowing down my server a little bit. Or it just could be too much on my screen. Hey, beautiful example of no reason to get out of this trade. There's our entry right there. No reason to get out of that trade. So the same thing would go with shorts, which apparently we don't really have any of today, it looks like. Nope. So the AI value is in the entry. If you can just pull up a 15-minute chart and use that little method I talk about to manage the trade, I think you might be pleasantly surprised. How to set up a scanner for tops and bottom reversals. I've got one in the cloud I can give you. It's called washout bounce. Oh, it's right here. Sorry. But this one's over optimized. Let's unoptimize this and see if we can bring in some scans a little bit. It's looking for long bottoming tail candles at significant levels and then trading back up at the high end of that candle. A lot of these settings I'm going to turn off, which were kind of optimized from a back test, and it appears to be over optimized. Let's see if we can bring some in this way. There we go, today. All right, so this is for Azar. Let's see if there's anything in here that looks interesting to you. XENT is the first one that came through. Okay, that one started low and then kind of reversed up high. I like the ones that start high and reverse low, like that morning washout that we talked about, where the stops get kind of rounded like this. This isn't bad right there. So see that long candle on my daily chart? That's the kind of stuff this one's scanning for. So let me share this with you and anybody else who wants it. Let me show you something really cool before I give it to you. You asked for bottoms and tops. Well, what if we wanted to scan for the exact thing, but for shorts, like blow off top candles, as you said, a top reversal? All you got to do is take the bottoming candle reversal config. Let's duplicate that window, and then in the configure we have a button called flip. We flip this upside down. All of a sudden, we're going to find candles that are pretty much, as soon as it draws it for me, yeah, there's a bit of a candle, a bit of a reversal candle, but the point is these are long candles with big long topping tails, and we're trading towards the bottom. So I'm going to close that, but that's how you would create a duplicate and then flip it upside down and everything becomes inverted for you. So I'm going to save and share. My system's running really slow. I think it's all the broadcasting equipment and stuff. All right, so this is called the washout bounce for whoever asked that question again. We'll see where we are on catching up. All right. Yeah, you'll get all the scanners with standard. That's correct. All right, Andy's knocking out some questions to help. Can you post that scan? Yeah, I think I just did, so we're good on that one, Jeff, unless that's another one you wanted. All right, we're caught up, which is great. Otto, Is a minimum float of 1 an effective way to get rid of No, let me show you the way to get rid of ETFs. Yeah, the EPS method is better. Okay, we just go ahead and spoof the ETFs. So ETFs don't have earnings. So what we can do is we could go into any scan and we would say EPS. We want to filter for that. And we're basically spoofing. I've already done it here, and it's already in there. We do -1 cent on the positive and +1 cent on the minimum. They just kind of cross each other, and they get the entire universe of if a stock has positive earnings or a stock has negative earnings, it'll come on here. But since ETFs don't have a value for the EPS, that value is blank. Therefore, that filter is null and void, and we won't see anything. So all the ETFs are blocked out by that little workaround, that little hack right there. All right, I'm going to leave that washout bounce unoptimized because nothing was coming through. It was a great example of overkill on trying to overscan something. So with that said, I just kind of set my scan back up here the way I want. I'll put it on spiders. This is the way I want it to load the next time I start the program. So I'll save my layout, default overwrite, and that scan has now been set. I took out all that extra fluffy filter set that I thought was helping me, which doesn't seem to be helping anymore. All right, bottom of the hour went pretty fast and we're caught up. Bring back my that Match.com is trying to get going, but it just quite can't. But if we kind of scroll back here in the 15-minute big zoom out, we can see a really nice base that's trying to build here. And not only that, that little dip down right there this morning is oftentimes what I like to see. That's just the moment of truth where enough people or enough algos run from one side of the lifeboat to the other and realize, well, maybe that was it. And that stop run, that stop hunt was ineffective. There was no follow through. The price bounced right back up. This is probably the level at which a new base camp will hopefully be built. Yeah, and I love X. I'm long X in my other account. I played it twice actually. I was long X very early down here and held it for a while, and I was scared of this declining 50 period, so I got out most of it up there. Let earnings come out and step away from the earnings, and then I watched and waited and said, I want to be a participant in X the moment it closes and starts trading back above this 50 period moving average, which it was scared of back here and here and here and here. So 5 days of kind of being repelled by the 50. The 6th day was the charm. Got back in on this day, and I'm just riding. What do you know? Just riding that 10 period moving average. No reason to get out. Now, what am I scared of? I'm scared of this up here. So, I'll hold on to this for a swing trade, and maybe we get a nice big day, and as we get closer to that, 200 days, start taking off a little bit and trying to get out. So I've already been long that, but I like the way it's setting up here. The big push on this day with good volume and sideways action. The sideways action being forced higher by the 10 period moving average. David, we don't really have any strategies for crossovers, moving averages. I've tried them. I don't find them very effective. I find other things effective, but that's not to say that you can't. It's just that our program decided long ago, the developers decided to not have a noisy alert for crosses, meaning every time a tick occurs across, an alert pops up. That would just be too much, so they decided foundationally a long time ago to show any cross alerts that we have to wait for the candle to close. And if you want to know what we would have for any cross, you would just go to any configure tab window for the library. And I guess our keyword in this case would be cross. So the moment my system lets me in here, we'll go to search, type in our keyword of cross, And here's what we have: cross above the open, cross above the close, cross above resistance, and then we start to get into cross above the 200-day, crossed above VWAP, and then these are the goofy ones: the 5-period cross the 8, the 8 cross the 20. And if your time frame isn't in there, then there's nothing we can do to help you. But if the time frame is in there, you just got to remember that when this 8 crosses the 20, we have to wait for the 5-minute candle to close. And that's it. It's just not going to come any sooner. So that's what I always tell the people who are, looking for those crossing alerts. All right. Could you go over what your moving averages are and what the top line? Yeah, so my daily chart has a few lines here. Let's just go back to something generic, the S&P 500, which is showing us a flat as a table 200-day moving average, which, by the way, I'm waiting and watching for to determine what's going to happen to this market. Same thing as X a minute ago. If we can post a close above that above that 200-day moving average, the bulls are going to be happy and the bears are going to start to be scared. So that's the 200-day. The blue one is a 50-day. Again, a 50-day is very important. And the red is a 20-day, and the 10 is the last one here, the 10-period moving average. But that's the daily chart, and it can be a bit, cluttered at times. So I have a clean one too that shows me how it looks completely clean. But the moving average that I really like to use the most is this 10-day moving average, 10-period moving average in the 15-minute window. Let's look for some examples here. See if we can find something. What stop would I use for X? I would use a stop for anything. Gosh, my connection is really bad. Anything under the, I think it was that 10 and 20 were pretty close to each other. Wow. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. A lot of times when I run into this dead end of charts, I just say, screw it. Save layout, no. Let's start again. Yeah, can you use the 10-period moving average as a B plus stop as a formula? I think you can. I think Andy might be able to chime in on that maybe a little better. I'm not as adept on those custom stops as the others. X for a swing, I think was what I was talking about. See, my chart's a bit more crisp. Yeah, I'm going to use probably the 10 period, Anna. I don't want to see it close below that 10 period. It's moving so nicely. If it closes below that 10, it's going to deflate me. So I'd want to see that. Moving averages. So Stephanie, the 10 period moving average on my 15-minute chart is really my bread and butter in terms of trying to keep an eye on things. Let's check into that last AI trade. Still above that 10 period, I'd stay in that trade. Yeah, the jam down, Jeff P. It should be in there. I can do it again if you joined and got kicked off, or it's not scrolled back. But I'll put that cloud in there again for the jam down. Let's have some fun. I'll show you something. How it back tests over a 3-day hold or a 2.5, 3-day type hold. The best day trading strategy, I'm not really a day trader, but the strategy I just dropped I think you might like, because here's what we're going to do. We're going to look at it. We're going to say we want to back test this jam down. Let's start from beginning. Let's just leave it wide open and see what happens. Timed exit. As I said, I want it to be at the market open today +2. I like selling on the open because you can catch those open gaps, not at the close. Let's go next, risk management. I like to enable profit targets. Let's say I'll be happy to make 10%, but I will risk 2.5% to make that 10%. All right. Advanced. Here's what we're going to do. We're just going to sample 30 days because honestly, you really don't need to sample more than 30. And the way the market's been bouncing off of lows, it's been a grind higher. This has kind of been the 30-day window I want to sample. I know if I go longer, I'm going to have a big dip in there because we had a horrible precipitous drop, and this scan would not work very well in March, but probably worked a lot better in April. All right, so let's go ahead and run it. Here's our first run. And hopefully it goes relatively quickly. And again, it's going back only 30 days and saying what would happen the moment that scan came out, the new low, touching the 10-period moving average, and then a time holder for today plus 2 days. And if it doesn't stop out at 2.5%, or it doesn't hit its target of 10%, it just sells out at the open. And the data we're about to see is going to give us a pretty good idea of how that would have worked. So we can assume that if the market stays in the same kind of grinding bid that it's had, this type of scan would work. I wouldn't try and do that when the market I shouldn't say if the market rolls over and goes crazy to the downside. All right, so what it's telling us is we had 117 trades in 30 days. The average winner was $5.17. Average loser was $1.94. Pretty good across the board. Your equity curve is going up. All right, not much to sneeze at, but here's where it gets fun. Hang on a second. I'm just typing. Here's where it gets fun. We can do better than this, and I'll show you how. It's called optimization. All right, optimization. Backtesting is available, Bill, in a limited function. If you want to ask for a few more, if you really enjoy playing with it and you want to try it out some more, maybe ask for another 50 runs, we can do that for you because we want you to play around with it. Okay, so here's where it gets interesting. Optimization, price. I'm not going to really bog myself down on price, but on time of day, I sure am. This is a very interesting time. There's a lot of time factors involved here. I'm looking at 30-minute intervals next. Let's take a look at a 30-minute interval, and I see something here. What do I see? I see that these particular trades really seem to drop off after about 10:30 my time, which is 1:30 East. So we don't really want these trades down here. Let's get rid of those. We'll do that by just running it again without those times. Just for curiosity's sake, what does a 15-minute interval look like? Yeah, see, here's the thing. We had a couple of red intervals in here, but not a lot of trades, and I want to get through to the green ones here, so I got to start from there and move into the green. So let's run it again just based on that, and we will have it stop at 10:30 or 10:15 it looks like. Close enough. We'll run that again, and we'll see a slight improvement on that data. And then I'll show you one more thing we can do for a little bit of a deeper dive, which is pretty cool. But if you like playing with this and you're on the test drive, you have unlimited usage of this if you're on the test drive. If you come back and you decide that you want to subscribe to the standard version only, you get like 10, but again, you can request 50 if you want. We'll turn those on for you because we want you to play around with it. So this next run we're doing here, again, the only change we made was we stopped testing midday because, again, this scan works best when it jams down in the morning. I'm not interested in afternoon jam downs as much as I am as the early morning ones where the market opens in the first half an hour. You start to get all these stop hunts with some of these algorithms and these quant funds trying to elbow their way around the market and have their way. All right, it's definitely slow because, if you didn't hear the news, we've got 3,500 users that all piled into this test drive at once. And so not only is our support staff a bit taxed, so are the servers. All right, we have improved a bit, like for like, shaved off 16 trades, a little bit better profit factors, a little bit better average. But here's where it gets fun. If we optimize, again, and we do this thing called other filters, I'm always curious as to what's happening with the general market. In other words, what's the S&P doing on these days? And let's see if we can figure out a pattern there. So I'm looking for change in S&P. I know I saw it. It's called there's Dow change. I want S&P change. There it is. S&P change today. I'm going to compare all those triggers, all those scans results. Boom. Okay. Not really getting a big breakdown there. Let's go to a smaller interval, 0.5. All right, interesting. Actually, I'm going to draw the line here. Here's what I'm going to do. I see way too many trades in this block right here that are diminishing returns. And what that means is if the S&P is over a 0.5% on the day or higher, we're not doing that well. But when the S&P is a negative, it's doing a little better. So it looks like, let's just make that one change and we can move on. I'm going to say right here at the 0.49 level, we're going to right click. That's our max S&P filter. We don't want to see these scans if the S&P is up more than a 0.5%. We'll go ahead and lock that change in, and we'll run it one more time just to compare, and we'll move on to some new topics. So we'll free up the questions box here after we run this scan and take a look at the results. I think I know where I want to go next too. I'll show you something. Yeah, boy, the scan's taking a while. All right, Jeff got the scan. Good to know. Here we go. Now it's catching its second wind. So I'll be here for another 18 minutes or so. Can we remove the commission feature from simulated trading? Yes, you can. We'll do that when the scan comes through because, as we all know, this was built before the industry went to commission free. I've actually done that. That's why I've got a single line. You know, if I start adding commissions here, you'll see how the net results will change. Who pays 16 bucks a trade? Well, I used to pay 16 bucks a trade. Each side. You had to make sure you made 32 bucks a trade just to make sure you were good to go. All right, so we have improved more. Okay, there was our first round profit factor of 2. We're at a profit factor of 3 now. So bigger win percentage, less trades, more green across the board. That's called optimization, and that's how you do that. All right. Let's check in on our trades here. Hain, look at that. It's repulsed by the rising 10-period moving average. It wants to go higher. It's about ready to take out that target too. This one did take out its target here. Another AI trade took out its target. Still above its moving average. This one we said cut it because it broke that moving average and it's continuing to bleed lower. We don't want any part of that one. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I just had an error. Don't close. Okay, okay. OSTK overstock. If you're in this trade, no reason to get out. Look at that. While we were talking, it hasn't even come close to testing that momentum line. So again, just to rehash over and over, the value of the AI is in the entry idea, selection, entry point, and symbol. Once from there, you are a better job at managing the trade than the AI, simply if you can just use this 10-period simple moving average to decide when to stay in and when to get out. A perfect example, GMAB sideways. Love that sideways action. Oftentimes the sideways action resolves itself by moving higher and not even allowing that 10-period moving average to come up and touch it. So it's always nice to just kind of go through some of these AI trades and just see. Great example here. There's not a single close, but look at that. Tested. Boy, did it test there, but it didn't close. This is why I say wait for the close, because if you just panicked out right there on that one little wick, on that little blip, trust me, I've seen it so many times. That's why I wait for the close before I make my decision. And in doing so, in this case, kept you in the trade. When you say the AI, is that referring to the channel bar? Well, Bill, there's a couple ways to get to the channel, to the AI. These over here are the 3 different segments of AI, and if you click into those, it takes you to an individual layout. This third one, Omni, takes you to a layout that has all 3 segments. But I'm choosing to view it on my own desktop by simply selecting New, AI window. Strategy window is the first one, which is this one. It shows me the strategies. And then from there, I can just launch the second one, AI trades, or I can just right click and spawn it from here, view all trades. And that's what this window is right here. And these are the individual trade windows as they come through. Now, a way in which I'm viewing these profits is very unique to me. Why 400 shares? Why 244 shares? Well, you can change these configurations in the way in which you view the AI settings, more aggressive, less aggressive, etc., by coming to our Tools and Options menu. And in the Options menu, the very last tab is called the AI Trade Size. And what I have selected to view each and every one of these, which gave me those custom share sizes unique to only my setting, is this value, 100 risk. So I'm saying every trade, set the stop level at $100. If it stops out, that's the most I want to lose. And so with that triangulation, the system figures out how many shares it can buy. If it does stop out, it won't exceed 100. That's really the most popular setting. You can view it in shares per trade, which right now this is what the sidebar is doing, and the channel is viewing it as 100 shares per trade. So small movements are not moving as big as higher priced stocks because it's based on 100 shares. And then some people might just say, well, I've got a $20,000 account. Maybe I just want to allocate $2,000 and max out at 10 trades. We'll view it like that. So those are your options in how you choose to view the AI. And the question was, is it on the channel bar or in your layout? And the answer was you can do either. You can click into the channel bar and let the layout open for you, or you can open it in your own layout and bring it in individually through the new window menu there. Not seeing very many coming through the jam down. Well, let's look at history today. We right click and go to history today. And let's see what we've had. Looks like only 2 symbols so far. And that's going to be it. So Autodesk, which was a beauty. I mean, geez, look at that entry. There we go. There's the arrow. This is exactly the way this alert is intended to work. The appearance on the daily chart with that little wick bouncing right off like a trampoline off and on its way. And you have the best entry of all down here. You didn't wait for confirmation, double confirmation, breakout confirmation. No, you got a good entry. The other one was MTK. Not so much. I mean, it's hanging in there. It's actually in the money, but not doing so much. We can do this too. We can go look at yesterday. We'll start to look at the arrow yesterday and see how those came in. Let's start at the beginning of the day. BMRN, wow. Impressive. I'd like to have that entry. Call it out in real time. DGX was yesterday. Wallowed a little bit, but nonetheless higher. SSRM, okay, great example of managing the trade. Didn't work. At some point you're going to have to manage that trade, but I don't expect anybody to sit through something as nasty as that. That was horrific. Also a rough one yesterday, gold, and then also this one as well. So we saw when we back tested that they work. But we also saw when we back tested they might have to have a couple days before they really kick into gear. It's maybe not the best day trading alert, but that's the way I have it set up. And it is what it is, David. Yeah, there's only a couple coming through, then there's only a couple coming through. All right, I think we're caught up here. We got about 9 or 10 minutes to go before Barry comes back. SYNA probably would have been kind of interesting on the open today off of this list. Semiconductor. Would not chase that. This looks interesting. Okay, so last 2 days in a row, look at this. The algorithms have jammed it down once yesterday morning, jammed it down again yesterday morning below yesterday's low just for good measure. And now it's just waiting. Well, pretty tight range here. Here's what I'm going to do. Here's a feature if you're not aware of. How am I not going to miss it if it takes out that low, right? That high right there. I'm going to right click in the chart, create price alert, and I'll give myself a note if I wanted to, but I've now set an alert. we can see very clearly on this daily chart over here, if this thing breaks out, I'm going to have a pretty good early warning if I want to participate. That's called price alerts feature. Hello, do you have a link for dip buy strategy? We have a dip buy strategy. Pull back to the 50, I think, is one. Maybe Andy can drop that one in there. Pull back to the 20 or pull back to the 50. Now notice that I've got this AI strategies up here. I'm going to segment and go to just Neo. But there's one called the pullback long. Did we get a pullback long today? Let's see how that one worked. Okay. It was waited for a pullback. What I'm getting at is the AI Neo segment has one called the pullback long. Doesn't look like it did much today. That's in there. You can watch for that one. But we also have one called pullback to the 50. I mean, it depends on what your time frame is as well. The one I was asking Andy about is a daily chart. It's pulling back to a level on the daily chart. If you want something that's a pullback on the intraday chart, I don't have anything set for that, but there are ways to do it. You'd use something like a new 5-minute low, and then you'd use maybe some filters to define where the pullback is. Maybe you want to use the 10-period moving average. You could do that. It would be as simple as, intraday alert window. The event is going to be a 5-minute low. There it is, a new 5-minute low. That's our event, and it's activated. But we only want to see that 5-minute low when we're at or touching the 10 SMA. Change from the 10 SMA on a 15-minute. There's my golden one right there. Okay, so intraday trade, the 10 is coming up underneath it. Let's add that filter. And let's say it's got to be at or no more than 0.05% above. And let's take out these volume filters. I'd like to have good relative volume, maybe 1.2. I'd like to have the stock up on the day, maybe at least 0.5%. And from there, what you'll get is something like this. And let's clarify. EBS, 5-minute low, right into my 10 period. Not exactly super visual. Let's find some words that are maybe let's try something else. Since we're using a 15-minute chart, why don't we use an event, the 15-minute low, instead of the 5-minute low? This one might be more wise. Turn that one off. Now we're on a new 15-minute low. Okay, and that 15-minute low has to be touching the 10-period moving average. Okay, so these are prior in time. We need to go to where the arrow was. So wherever the arrow was when the alert came out. Oh, there's a beauty right there. Arrow held right onto the moving average. So you see how quickly I just put two things together, the event and the filter. With the A trade scale. Okay, I'll come to that in a second at the A window. Let's see another example. There's our arrow tapping the 10 period and giving us an example. Okay, this one came through, blasted through, and made more lows, but there's another example. So if anybody wants this, I'm happy to drop this in there. Real time. It's just a starting point. Save and share that scan as such. 15-minute low, touching 10 SMA. So easy once you know how to do it. All right, winding down here. Let's see, we have a few more questions. Pull back to a support area on a 15-minute. You could try that, Anna. One of the areas you could use as a filter instead of the 10 period would be what we would call a pivot. Okay, you could go distance to the S1. All right, so you could say, let's use that filter. So instead of the 10 period, we'll use the pivot, the S1 pivot. If it's at or no more than 0.05% above, as it makes a new 15-minute low, that's another way you could try to define an area of support. We throw one more at you. For those that maybe want to do Fibonacci, we've got something called position and range, and so we're putting 0 on the low and 100 on the high. Let's say the stock runs up, and you want to see a new 15-minute low pullback, but you only want to see it at the Fibonacci. So what is that? 31.8. What is that? 68.2. 68.2. And we'll just call that 69 roughly. 68.8. Our little window of Fibonacci. We'll see only the pullback in that little window of Fibonacci using the position and range. That's a interesting little way to hack around as well. All right, the A table, Jeff, is basically stocks that are looking good on the daily chart because of our filter, what we call score. It has a good score, meaning it's technically sound and fundamentally sound. It's probably in an uptrend. It's probably above all its moving averages. But the dark color and the sorting is all being done on the short float. Like Cena right here looks kind of interesting. It's compressing and maybe getting ready to break out, but Cena has got 31% short the float. So the ones that are at the top level here are more interesting and possible for a possible short squeeze. So the point is, what are all these short sellers missing? These are great stocks based on their high score, 80s and 90s, but they also have high short floats. Something's got to give. Maybe I should rename the scan. Something's got to give. I think we're caught up, Andy. I think we did it. I think Barry's going to join us back here in a minute or two. So, thanks for your guys' attention as we throw another user at you. How are my simulated trades working? I need to reconnect. Well, those cues that I bought were working great. So we'll flatten those. Now we're gone. Match is not doing it for me. I mean, this is a real swing trade. I'm not going to sit here and panic out of it. It's still a beautiful entry as far as I'm concerned. We've got a couple more hours to go in the day, and we'll see how it closes out. But I highly think that's going to be a decent level of support to try and hold this thing for an entry. Well, Barry, if you're out there, let me know if you're listening or when you're ready. Anytime you can just barge on in. Do I have a screener I can share for all-time highs? No, but let me show you what you'd want to do is you would want to, again, it's the position and range family, and it's called position and all-time highs. Position and lifetime range. Add filter, do 100 or do 99, something along those lines. That right there is going to give you what you want. All right, thank you, Don. You're welcome. I'll just wait for Barry to grab the feed whenever he wants, because I think we did knock out all of the questions. I'd love to see these gold miners do something. Interestingly enough, the junior gold miners are still strong today. Maybe that's the pullback of the day and we can move higher from there. Yeah, channel 4, what Andy's talking about, you got to scroll way down here and right there. It'll have a new name shortly. We give it a new name, but for now it's still called channel 4. Thank you, Bill. Glad it was helpful. Hopefully any other test drivers that are on day 2 are starting to feel like you're getting your sea legs under you a little bit on how to use this program to find what you want, not what everybody else is looking for. Now I'm just waiting, make sure Barry knows he's ready. So if I disconnect, we don't lose everybody. How do you get to the Neo strategies? Good question. David, watch me. Just right click and segment. Neo. Those are just the Neo trades. And then in the top window as well, I've already got that segmented to Neo. All right, I'm going to stop, Barry. See you later, guys.
All right. Did that work? Am I live in YouTube right now, or is Steve still there? Thank you, Luis. Luis. So, yes, you can link TI to your broker. Now, we're not talking about trading or anything like that, okay? You can link this. We have an external linking tool. Tools, external. So, from the Trade Ideas tool, and only in the app, not in the web based version. I should remind myself all the time. So, only in the app. You need the Pro version. You cannot use the Lite TI. You cannot use IB Lite. So you can link to most brokerage platforms with our external linking tool. Okay, and you just basically follow these rules. Add link and just follow these rules. Okay, to establish the link. Exactly. No. It's the reverse can. You get an alert in Trade Ideas, and then it loads into your brokerage platform. It's absolutely the reverse. I don't really use level two. No, I just use, I have my time and sales up here. I like to see how fast the stock is trading, how active it is. But, there are a number of us who don't use time and sales level two. I think personally, there are too many games played. You know, the big guys putting in bids, yanking them, and all that. So I don't use it level two. But if this is not to tell anybody that they shouldn't use level two. Yeah, you can link to yes, you can link to a Thinkorswim. Yes. I want to make sure I've answered all the questions first. Okay. Yeah, there's no way to do that, Eric. Running up now is dollar value. At least I don't think so. If you looked at, yeah, I don't think so. I'm almost positive. Yeah, it's just dollars. Yeah, no way to do it. Okay, Richard, I will ask you, or I try to answer your question. But first, I want to, Bill. When you say how to set up the window, which window are you talking about? When you say how do you set the window up, which window are you talking about? Oh, well, under. Oh, I see. Okay, well, understand. This is from Interactor Brokers. Okay, this is from Interactor Brokers. It's got nothing to do with trade ideas. So, do you have an IB account? Okay, yeah. So it's easy, within IB that it's easy enough to set up. Okay, alpha predators. Okay, so okay, let me just see something here. If I don't think. Okay, as I said before, Ted, if for those two, you could just create a very small symbol and attach it to the window, to the alert window. If my screen is blurry, Jatinder, then you might have to do a refresh. Well, you mean within, oh, you're talking the YouTube feed. There is a setting, can't remember anymore, like high definition setting or something like that, HD, within YouTube. Okay, so you create your alert window. It sounds like you've created it already. Right click, configure. Okay, symbol lists. Click on symbol lists. Create a new symbol list. Then give it a name. You want to call it ETFs or something, or ETFs, like something like that. ETFs. Well, I see the spread in my time and sales. Okay, I mean, but it's not like I'm looking at the big. When you say, I'm not looking at the size. I'm just, my time and sales just shows me. It just shows me, how rapid the stock is trading, and it gives me the spread. Yes, but I'm not looking at the size. That's all. So we call it ETFs TED, and now you can type in those two symbols. Okay. Whatever, QQQ. Okay. And then you go to add existing list and you find it. If you haven't created one before, it'll be very simple to find. Just have to scroll down. Where are you? There you are. You just click on it and it'll move over to this column, and then if you only want to see those, then you have to click on check, like the symbol list that you corrected or created. Okay. Go over okay. If you don't care about seeing the AI at all, you don't need premium. If you don't care about, say, if you created an alert window and you wanted to auto trade your own alerts, you don't need premium. Okay? That's kind of the basic standard. Will give you everything. Will give you everything other than the AI and the ability to auto trade anything. Okay? Richard, why am I not able to set alerts on the Alpha Predators alert windows? Are you talking about from within the channel? Yeah, I think it's a setting within your YouTube feed, Don. Okay, it's got. I don't think it's got anything to do with the way I'm broadcasting. Yeah, I think Jatinder figured out. Okay, so that is as I understand, that's a topless window. Okay, you can't set alerts in a topless window. But let me. Okay, does it say T in the upper left-hand corner or A? It says T. Yeah. So you can't create alerts. That's what we were saying before. That's a topless window. Now, I could show you how to turn it into an alert window, and for other people who are interested. Because we do get that question from time to time, how do I take a topless window and kind of turn it into an alert window without having to recreate? Okay, sure, I can do that. And I haven't gone over I haven't gone over lots of stuff. But here's a topless window I've got. So let's take a look at what I've got in here. Very few filters. Stock is between 1 and 35. Current volume is at least 2. Volume is at least 100,000 shares. So instead of my having to start from scratch, new alert window, and create and doing all this, there, for this particular one, it wouldn't be that much. But some topless windows might have a lot of filters. Okay, So I'm going to show you how you can quickly do. So you take your top list window and you right click and collaborate. Copy. Okay? So right click, collaborate, copy. So I've copied the window now. Okay? Now new alert window. I'm going to start from scratch. Load the settings and say OK. And it's going to say, hey, you've selected no alerts, so you want to return? I'm going to say no. So now this window pops up, okay? Just a very, very general alert window. I'm going to right click, collaborate, and guess what I'm going to do? Paste. Okay, so you see there's the title. Same title here, biological, everything's the same here. Now, the only thing you have to do is now add a trigger. Because remember I was saying, this doesn't have like a trigger, but now here, if you want to say, okay, every time a symbol makes a new high here, let me know, or a new low, or a 5-minute high. So let's just turn it into select alert. Don't even ask me what the heartbeat. I don't know why we have it anymore. Just uncheck it. And now I'm going to check new high. And I'll check new low. Okay? So now I have, and because of the way I know I've color coordinated things, I know that green means new high. Okay, so and what I should do here is, of course, add a time and things like that. But now I can take this, but now I've taken that top list window, basically right click, collaborate, copy. And then you start with a brand new alert window, run through, and then once you've got it in so you can see it, right click, collaborate, paste. Okay, clear as mud? Okay. Do it a few times, you get the hang of it. Yeah, so that's called creating a watch list. I wonder if I have it here. I wonder if it might be easier. Just give me a second here. See if they had set a video for that. Can't believe it. They didn't. So I thought maybe in the 20 for 20 and 20, they didn't go over how to create a symbol list. Okay. All right. I guess I got to do it again. Listen closely. Well, no, it's window by window, Ken. So I mean, I know I've in this window, that's what I've done. It's window by window. You can have different. I just like having kind of the similar all the time for me, but no, it's just window by window. So I could have had orange and blue here if I wanted. Okay, so Dee Dee, are you watching? The time delay, it's quick, Mr. Monetary. It's very, very quick. I mean, I'm not going to tell you, is it a nanosecond behind but it's very quick. But, also I wouldn't get so hung up on, you get an alert at 55.14 now, first of all, the stock could be moving fast. So, by the time if you see it, I'm just using that as an example, the CLDX, CDLX, It could have been moving fairly quickly. Maybe when you see it, it's 55.20 as an example. But it is all real time. It's all from IB, so it's real time. Okay, so Dee Dee, you start off with an alert window or a top list window and the way in which you want to monitor your watch list. Okay, and so once you've done that, then you right click, configure, symbol list, and then create new. So I'm going to call it Dee Dee. You created, and that's the name I'm going to call it. And now once you've got it in here, you just click on OK, and now here's where you can start putting in the symbols you want to follow. Okay? If you have a list of them, you can just copy them in. It has to be in a column like this, no commas or anything. Just say OK. And then you go to add existing list. You find it. You won't, if you've never done it before, it'll be very obvious where it is. There you are there. I click on it, and then it moves over here. It has to be over in this column. And you just check. And only the following lists. That's a drop down, so only the following list. So now that list, I'm not going to do it, and I'm going to attach it, but now that list called Dee Dee is now attached to this window. But you can now take that symbol list and attach it to any window you want. Okay? But here's the next step, and here's where it's not so intuitive. Because obviously, from time to time, you're going to want to, as you say, modify the list. So you have to go to Tools, Symbol Lists, and now you'll find it. Okay, here's a big list of symbol lists that I've got. There you are down at the bottom here. You click on it and edit, and now you make your changes and then say OK. And I'm just going to delete that list, okay? So that's sort of unintuitive, having to go to Tools, and then Symbol Lists, and then finding it, edit. But you do it a few times, and it's just becomes second nature. So Brokerage Plus pending orders, yes, you could go to Orders. Okay, just click on Orders. Dave. So, for instance, if I had let's just say, let's just do one right now. Let's say I want to take CDLX right up here in a very manual way. So, what's the price up here? Looks like it's around $63.50. Let's say I want to take 200 shares. What price? Say 63. So there's the order. Okay, there it is. There's a pending order. And you can see it right on the chart. See, it put it right on the chart. That line is right on the chart. So if it got up to that price, it would take the order. It would take the trade. So you've got to go into orders for the pending ones. Well, that'll do it. So which one are you talking about, Mr. Monetary? Say, with the simplest way to trade using the alerts. Are you talking about the AI alerts? Because I don't know if I can really answer that. There's no simple. I mean, again, that's a question we get all the time. How do you use the AI? Everybody will use it differently. See, I use it in a, I only look at stocks as an example that are less than $20 from the AI. That eliminates a lot of stocks, okay? Yes, it's going to eliminate, a stock that went from 55 to 62. But also before it went from 55 to 62, it also dropped down to 54. So, I mean, this has now turned into a really good one if you had, if you could hang on. All right. But personally, I just concentrated on the ones under 20, but that's not helping you because, that's just what I like to do. I treat this like a watch list. And, obviously I'm not able, as we're in this test drive, not able to pay as much attention to the AI or my watch list like I would normally do. But that's how I use it. I don't take the trades automatically, anything like that. Now, so let's say I don't want to take that trade anymore. So if I go into the orders and I just right click and I cancel it. How do you get, well, you have to have this window open, okay? You have to have the window open and then you just get them. There's nothing more you have to do. Click, well, maybe you don't know that. So you click on new, AI/Holly strategy trades window. And then this window will appear and then you just wait for the alerts to happen. When you say how do you link Brokerage Plus? What do you mean by that exactly? You're talking about to interactive brokers? It's only two options, simulated trading and IB. You connect up here if you had an IB account. Well, I guess, Mr. Monetary, you have to assume, or if you believe that the AI is giving alerts that are, from strategies that have been optimized for the day, and you see how if which that's what is exactly what has happened. Doesn't mean every alert you get from the strategies, of course, are going to work, but that's the whole theory of it. Because you can't get, you won't get these alerts probably very many other places. So that's my theory behind it anyway. Other people, listen, I had somebody in the YouTube group earlier saying that they auto trade the entries of it and then manage the exits on their own, as an example. So that's why I'm saying there's no right or wrong way to use the AI. Everybody, like, people will use it in different ways. Okay, Bill, so unless you're going to auto trade the AI, you don't have to worry about a license, okay? Does that make sense? Unless you're going to auto trade the AI, you don't even worry about the license. No, that's not true, Vicky. No. If you want to auto trade your own strategy, you don't need the Brokerage Plus license. No, only if you want to auto trade the AI do you need to buy Brokerage Plus one-time licensing fee. You want to auto trade your own strategies that you create. You need a premium subscription, but you don't have to buy Brokerage Plus. Exactly, KD. I don't think so. I think I don't think so, Vicky. I think this is. I don't. Yeah, I'd have to ask Michael. I don't know if that's been added. I think it's still a separate feed that I'm not even able to follow right now. There's just too many things I'm trying to do right now. Let me just ask Michael though. I don't think it is though. There is a yeah. We do have there is a chart of our I think what we call our conservative exits versus the SPY. But to me, it's almost irrelevant. I'll be honest with you. I think it's almost irrelevant, Mr. Monetary, because everybody is going to use this differently. I mean, some may look if somebody got back into that CDLX trade, in this level here, you're up. You could have had $6 on that as an example. Person who didn't do it is obviously not going to would not have got that $6 bump. I'd love to be able to say, turn the AI on in the morning, auto trade everything, exit, allow the system to take you out. It just doesn't work that way. Yeah, I can see this is I don't want to call it a difficult concept to I'm either not explaining it correctly but okay. Brokerage Plus Brokerage Plus is part of your standard service. Okay? If you don't want to auto trade anything at all, if you just take auto trading out of the equation, Brokerage Plus is part of your standard service. Okay? So, for instance, you can set up what we call one-click trading. This is not auto trading, obviously, because auto trading literally is a symbol shows up in an alert window and it takes the trade automatically. You can set up, though, what we call one-click trading. This is what all these are. I set them up ahead of time. And so I get an alert and I can click and then it's going to trade it. So it's not auto trading, but it's pretty close. As long as if I can do it quickly enough. Okay? All part of the standard service. So when you say you can still use B plus with your own strategies, yes. Yes. Yes, you can set up just like these are. I mean, this is how these are set up. Go over it again. I mean, these long and short strategies that you see here in one-click trading, these are all here. So you set up ahead of time. Then once you have them loaded, and you can create your own. Of course, I mean, this is what I've got. All right. You can set up your own. You right click, new trading strategy. You give it a name. Is it a long? Is it a short? And this is all the information you can fill in as much information as you want in all these tabs. Again, I'll go over what I do for one of mine. You don't have to do the same thing. But if you can imagine, I set up one called the chart long $100 risk. So I started off with, new trading strategy, and I called it chart long $100 risk. And then this is what this is how I filled in this information here. So stops, yes. Oops. Order details. Position sizing based on a stop loss. It's only there's only 3 options. I would encourage you to try the based on a stop loss. Get used to the idea that if you get into a trade, every trade is not going to work. If it doesn't work, when are you going to get out? So, if I'm going to say I'm going to risk $100 a trade in the simulator, the risk meaning that's, I'm trying to limit my loss to $100. That's what this is. That's what this is telling me right there. I'm going to try to limit my loss to $100, and it's going to be based on this stop loss called the VWAP stop. I would encourage you to use it. Try it. It's a big drop-down menu. You just have to find it. It's a proprietary stop that we're now using in a lot of the Holly strategies. Okay. You want to put a target. You can put a target. I've got a 50-cent target right here. I've put in. I don't put targets, but I've done this just to illustrate how you can do it. And once I do, now, and then I assign one of these long strategies. If I want to trade using the buy button on the chart, I have to assign one of the long strategies to the way in which I will trade using the buy button. And I assign, obviously, I call this chart long $100 risk. I right click and I check default chart long strategy. So that now tells the system, if I'm going to use the buy button, this is the strategy, this is the long strategy I'm going to use with those rules in place. Okay, so let's do one. See how that works. Okay, let's take Sientra. It's an interesting one. This will probably be on my watch list tomorrow. Can you see why? Look how much room there is on that weekly chart. It had earnings May 11th post-market, so it had earnings after hours yesterday. No real big reaction after hours, but anyway, I want to take this trade. If it, I'm going to show you a couple ways that you can do it. So I could say to myself, you know what? If it takes out that high, I want to take the trade. So I click on the buy button and I drop it right there. I drop it or release it right around there. And you see how it now says 309. So if the price gets up to 309, it's going to take the trade. With the stop, I know it's hard to see. Easier on the 15-minute chart. The stop is $2.80. Why? Because 309 minus that VWAP stop is $2.80. Okay, now if it takes the trade, you're going to see that it's going to size automatically. Just want to see if it takes the trade. And again, here it is in the orders right there. I could always exit it right now. I could always stop the trade. Well, you could do this, strategies, and these are I'll tell you right now, these are the Holly Neo strategies, okay? These bottom ones, so you could just check. Those are the Holly strategies, or those are the Holly Neo strategies today. I just know that these make the cut every day. So it's the breakdown short, long, pullback, long, and short. Okay. So if you click that, I'll do it quickly again. Okay. So if you go to strategies, basically everything is unchecked. So to see the Holly Neo strategies, just right click and then check these bottom four ones. Those are the Holly Neo alerts today. Okay. Now you can also see them right here. I mean, it says Holly Neo. So those are the details of it. Okay, so I see it took the Sienta trade. You see it took it, and see how it automatically sized it. Why? Let me get the CN up. Okay, this is a little more than I would have thought, to be honest. It says it's $128. It should be a little closer to 100. So something must have. It might have been because I dropped it a little higher. But you can see how it kind of works, okay? If I dropped it right on the price and taken the trade immediately, it would have been closer to the 100. But anyway, that's how we get it. 435 times the difference between the entry and the stop got me pretty close to 100, okay? I know why that happens because I dropped the price above. Now, at this point though, if I don't like that, I can always just I can just move my stop up right on the chart. Okay, I can move the stop right up right on the chart. See how I'm doing that? Just moving it right up and down on the chart. So I can say, you know what? I'd rather have the stop here, just underneath 3, underneath these tails right there. So now if I got stopped out, I'd only lose like $43. You can also, of course, I could also, there is my so-called target, which is 50 cents above my entry. If the trade really started to work and it was still a nice pattern and all, I could move that target up and down also. So a lot of flexibility right on the chart to do things. Use this like a trailing stop. Instead of using some kind of artificial 0.5% trailing stop or 20 cents trailing stop. Why not put your stop on the chart where it makes sense, where there's some good support? And if it broke down through that support, yeah, that's where you'd want to get out, as an example. Those were traded automatically, Mr. Monetary, automatically. It'd be like taking every one of these trades automatically and then getting out exactly when the AI got out. That's pretty old. It's 2017. That's really old. I don't believe, though, that included commissions. I don't believe. I may be wrong. Okay, create a good layout. Well, it depends what you mean by a good layout. Like, what do you mean by a good layout, Didi? Like, I have a good layout. You can use my layout, but I mean, I don't. It's too general a term, I suppose. Like, what do you mean by a good layout? I don't think we have them for 2020, Mr. Monetary. I think that they. You know what? I'm going to save you some time here because I don't have that information. I think they have 2019. But go to the home page and ask that, okay? I just don't have, or yeah, go to the home page and start a live chat, or go to, okay, or go to that info@trade-ideas.com and ask the question, okay? I think they have it for 2019. They don't have it for 2020, I don't believe. So are you talking about a manual order? Manual. Well, you have to put it in, you have to put the stop price in. Okay, so if I wanted to, you have to put it right there, the stop price. That's the price you want to take it at. Yeah, so the other window shows you, let's just see here. See, it actually shows you the strategies. See, that's why I always say I don't care about what strategy the alerts came from, okay? I really don't care. But so it shows you the strategy, shows you the win percentage of each strategy. Okay, that is the difference. So I mean, this is what this is telling you is if you took every single trade and you were still in it right to the like you didn't exit anything, even if a stop was hit and you risked $100 a trade, you'd be up $1,000 in this aggressive mode. If but if you got out exactly when the AI got out, you wouldn't make any money. $49. And moderate is getting out, is keeping in the trade unless the stop got hit. So yes, it looks good. The aggressive looks darn good, but remember, it's also including some times where you got stopped out. So that's why, it's sort of, I think eventually we're going to get rid of that. So Dave, didn't I answer your question? I thought I answered your question before. You click on the orders tab. Maybe you don't have the orders tab. And then you'll see it. You'll see the orders. And if you want to cancel it, you just right click and cancel. Okay, I just want to make sure Dave understood my answer. You have to have the orders tab within Brokerage Plus. If you don't have it, remember, click on New and Orders tab. So you have to have the Orders tab within Brokerage Plus. That's pretty easy. I mean, just click. You just click. Sorry, you just click, and then you right click, and it would say cancel. That's it. But no, I guess there's no other easy way. I haven't gone over these at all. Yes, I haven't gone over these at all. Okay, so I'm going to be in a marketing meeting. I don't know for how long, at 2 o'clock. Okay, so I will go over the similar tabs window. Yeah, so I mean, I think what you're asking is would there be a way to do it right on the chart? And no. Now, I mean, if you had a pending order on the chart and you really wanted to make sure quickly that it didn't, you didn't want to go through that, you could, of course, just raise it way, way high immediately. If that makes sense. You just write on the chart, you would just take the line and move it like, some crazy, crazy number. Okay, so the similar tab. So the similar tab is in the single stock window. If you have your single stock window open and you do not have the similar tab, then you're on a or you have to have the latest version of Trade Ideas, which can be downloaded here. Where are you? Okay, you can either click on subscriptions and scroll to the top, and where it says download TI Pro or Beta, click on that link. Let me click on the link and you'll be brought to the download page, okay? And right there, download the latest production. Okay, so that's what you have to do. If you don't have that similar tab in the single stock window, it's not nothing you have to add. It's automatically there. So how do I use it? Now, listen, I haven't been able to really pay that much attention to anything, but you know, when I get back to a little bit more of normal. Look at home, guys. Home is something. Okay, anyway. So I take my single stock window that I've got here, and you can have this one, by the way. It is part of the, if you go into scans in the single stock, in my scans, right here, scans, the single stock window is available. This is, you know, these are the filters that I like to see. So I take this window and I click on the similar, and then I duplicate it twice. Right click, duplicate it twice. So this is why you see these two windows here. What this is telling me is that I can, and then what I do is I sort on the change from the close column both ways. In this way, I want to see the stocks that are up the most, and this way I want to see the stocks that are down the most. And this is telling me these are the stocks up the most in this sector called furniture stores. These are the ones down the most in this sector called furniture stores. Okay, so you click on an alert and you're immediately brought into the sector. Okay, you're brought into the sector of household furnitures, except wood and whatever, you know, for this one. So it's a great little, it's basically, and you click on the competitors. I don't use the price action yet. I think we need more filters for it to be effective. But so I have it on competitors. So that makes sense. You're looking at same stocks or stocks in the same sector. How are they doing compared to each other? Now this is what I do. The pharmaceutical holdings. Pharmaceutical preparation sector is a very, very active sector virtually every day. Not just, you know, because we're, you know, all these virus plays. And so what I do is I take that sector because I do want to follow it all day long. You know, because every time I click on an alert, I'll go to another sector. So I want to follow that sector all day long. So I can right click on it and I pop it out. I right click on it and I pop it out. Taking a little bit of time. I notice a little bit of lag here. And now I've got a top list. And now I can take that top list and I can massage it to see only the stocks that I want to see in terms of a price range, maybe a minimum volume, things like that. Okay? And I'll show you what I did. So I took that top list window and I created. This is how I created it. So again, you don't have to follow the same thing, but you know, between $1 and $35, relative volume is at least 2. That means it's trading twice as much as normal. Minimum of 100,000 shares. And then I added one column. I love the position in days range column. That's at that column right there. And why? Because I sort on that column. And so I can see in this sector, I can see the stock that is near the high of the day. CRBP, you can see right there. It's near the high of the day. Good looking little stock perhaps, you know. So that's, you know, XNCR near the high of the day. That's how and if I scroll down, I will see the stocks that are near the low of the day. AMPH, right near the low of the day. Okay, so that's how I like to use this window. So again, if I am able to pay way more attention, this is a window that I really look at a lot. Exactly, it's a sympathy plays perhaps exactly. So I mean, if you're interested in home builders or drillers or you name a sector, I just happen to like that sector. All right, one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back now. Again, at 2 o'clock in about 7 minutes, I will be in the marketing meeting. So look what happened, by the way, I mean, in the Sientra. Okay, so remember I got stopped out of the trade because I moved my stop. I moved that stop up right to there, and it just touched it. So, okay, so it's just a demonstration purposes. So that's why it took me out of the trade automatically. Too bad because obviously the trade would have worked so far, but but that's how that works. So it's not auto trading exactly, but it's pretty close. Setting up your stops and your targets and all of that. So if you wanted to, the whole idea of this a lot of times is that it takes the emotion out. You don't second guess. You don't start to you might have a stop in place, a mental stop in place, and the stock moves there, and you look at it and go, come on, I probably put my stop too close, so I'm going to let it run through the stop. And then the next thing you know, even though you had all the plans in the world to only lose $100 on the trade, now you're down 200, and you say, this is such a great setup. It has to work. And so you keep ignoring your stop basically, and so that $100 manageable loss all of a sudden now turns into $500, and you are supremely ticked. All right, I can't believe it. Not as many questions. So usually the first 2 days, heavy, heavy, heavy duty. Who knows? Maybe I'll take a trade tomorrow. Just a moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm back, and I better put my announcement here because I will be in the marketing meeting, see what's going on. Okay, well, so Jatinder, so I'll be in this marketing meeting. It's going to start. Usually, it starts right on the button at 2. But just in general, shorting a stock is just basically betting it's going down. Okay, you go long a stock. Of course, you buy something at $3. You're hoping it goes up. If you're short a stock, you're hoping it goes down. That's really all there is to it. Within each within each brokerage platform, there may be a slightly different way to do it. But here, for instance, if I click on the sell button, I'm shorting. And, I'm shorting at, usually you have to go in at the ask, at the bid. And you're just, it's just the reverse. You're just hoping the stock goes down. If you are confused, before you ever short, not that it's not that big a deal, but it's just reversing. Again, if you buy a stock, you hope it goes up. If you short a stock, you hope it goes down. It's really that simple. No AI. No, that's the whole thing. The AI. It's like saying here, how do I know that Sientra is going to make a new high at 157? Okay, these are alerts, and it's a real time alert when all the other filters meet, all the other criteria are met. Okay, and then the trigger, whatever the trigger is, you get the real time alert. So it's not going to know ahead of time. You mean automatically, Eric? I don't think so. There is a way in which you can tell it to limit the number of trades it takes, but I don't think so. Obviously you should be watching, and if it gets to the point where you don't want to take any, well, that big red sell button, yeah, initiate short. So if I wanted to short Sientra right now, it would take the short at $3.19 because that's where the bid is. Okay, it would take it right there. If I press the big S button. If you're a newbie, then don't even worry about shorting. Okay, I wouldn't even. I mean, not that it's that difficult, but for some reason people get a little hung up on it. But that big red sell button, if I clicked it right now, it would take a short of Sientra right at $3 and well, right now 17 cents. And then afterwards, if you actually took the trade, you're hoping it goes down in price. No, 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 no. It's okay. It's okay. Everybody started new at some point, so don't worry. I can't. I don't know how to answer that question, Dexter. I mean, it's okay to scan for stock, $20, big market cap. So if we won't make money on day, we can make. I mean, you know, everything is different. To stop a trade, flatten. Okay, so to get out of a trade in Brokerage Plus, just click flatten. I almost think we should change that to sell. I get that question every now and then. I already answered the question at Terran, I think. No, there's no way to see ahead of time when the AI is going to get into a trade. It's the crystal ball isn't that good. I don't know why your screen is black. I honestly don't know. I want to say if you use Chrome as your browser and Chrome is your up and it's up to date, or you can use Firefox. Try Firefox, or maybe refresh. Yeah, maybe do a refresh right beside the gear. Guys, I'm just waiting for this marketing meeting to start. Okay, so maybe do a refresh right beside the gear. There's a refresh. Philip, yeah, you know what? I want to go over that. Let me be in the marketing meeting. I'll have to put myself on mute. Yeah, Batista, that's not a fair statement. Everybody's a newbie. This is why we have a test drive. Okay, so that's not what I would call a valid post. So don't worry about it. All right, guys, the marketing meeting has started. Okay, hello guys, I'm back. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to wind the room down a little bit early today, okay? I know I stuck it out, I think, to about 4:30 yesterday, but I'm going to have to wind the room down, well, in about 2 or 3 minutes. Something's come up, so I do apologize. Although, excuse me, in the YouTube feed, you cannot reset it intraday. Okay, just so you know, you cannot do it intraday. Obviously, what you want to do is at the end of the day, make sure you're flattened out of every position so you start from scratch tomorrow, but cannot do it every day or within the day. No, sometimes what happens is what happens is that it's a different strategy that kicks in the same. So you see PetQ was Holly Grail and Holly 2.0. It's exactly the same time, exactly the same price. Sometimes though, you will see the same symbol at different times because different strategies kicked it in, okay? No, you cannot set up surfing on a selective window, okay? You cannot set on a selective window. The way that surfing works is that it'll take a look at every one of your top list windows as you have. Well, you probably know this because now I think that this is why you're asking me. Every top list window you have open, if you have the AI open, you have to do this. It'll look at the AI also. And your price alerts, which I have not gone over. Tomorrow I'll go over price alerts and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, you cannot select. Okay. Okay, guys. So listen, I do apologize. I do have to shut down now. Okay. So we'll open again tomorrow at 9 o'clock, and I'll try to go a little bit longer. I know Philip. Promise I'll go over the multi-strategy and the alert windows tomorrow. Just remind me again, okay? If I do forget, but again, it's just something's come up, so I'm going to have to take off now. Okay. So thanks a lot for patience, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.